Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart, breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun. Oh, but we were so young. Love me till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. But all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. All I see is colors of the sky. to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from the locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
God. Oh God, I didn't follow the stair. Very, very sorry, very sorry. Just slightly behind times. One moment. Here's some music. Do-do-do. Hope you weren't waiting too very long. Okay, this button here. I have none of the lights on. I've got nothing. The green screen is down. What a disaster. Oh, okay, one moment, one moment. All right, the door is closed now. Here, I'll turn on the camera and you can watch the nonsense unfold. Hello, friends! Good evening, welcome. Glad you're all here with me. Happy 2024! Alright, you're waiting only 0 seconds. I think it was sitting on 0 seconds for a while there, but yes, friends, it's 2024. How the heck are you doing? Also, with lack of lights on, my camera's having trouble, so let me go ahead and turn on some cameras, lights rather, be right back. Hello to you, Paul Harvey. Hello, Hip People Guy. How's it going today, Saquaterra? Blue, it's good to see you. Jim, I enjoyed seeing your lovely figurines you're painting. Those are very nice. I hope you enjoyed painting those. Always love seeing the pictures for sure. CS Prof, hello. Be right back. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. There's full light, very good. CS Prof, thank you very much for the generous resubscription for 5 total months right in a row. I appreciate it. Moved office or in a new room? Neither one. Neither one. There you go. Everything's normal. Isn't that nice? Wait, what's this? What's this? Oh no. Saquaterra, thank you for the generous resubscription also. I appreciate that. I have a new announcement thing happening to make the follower thing look nicer, and it's unfortunately also throwing up some weird other stuff too. So one moment. Please do not announce that. Alright, so yeah, I now have one separate broadcast announcement for followers, one for subscriptions, and they should be different. This way the hello new friend thing looks nice and small. That's all I really want. Alright, hype train off, thank you. I think that's better than, alright, so we save these changes. Please, good, Yes. All right. Hello again, everyone. Fears, thank you very much for the generous resubscription. Happy New Year. Finally a day I could stay up late enough to catch a Riz stream. Well, I'm glad you're awake still. I'm glad you're awake, and thanks for being here. Here we had a New Year's Eve that was pretty uneventful. It was one in which we had, a Japanese TV show. It's kind of a talent show from across the country. Instead of having just a few big fancy singing groups, which they did have some of those, they also had some smaller acts to get some exposure to the country, apparently. And the way in which Japan handles the issue of do we put on a show for like the young cool people or the middle-aged folks or the older folks is they rotate through genres over and over again. And so it goes from like young person idol pop with the dancing and the thrusting to an older woman standing in a kimono singing like these lovely extended songs one right after another until eventually it's midnight, and that is that. Hey Torque, good seeing you, my friend. It was a good year, generally speaking. It was a very, very good year. Also, Steelers, very glad that you got your New Year's card. To about 93 of you all, the New Year's cards are in the mail. I hope they get there soon. So far, I've heard that 2 have arrived, so good stuff there. Please don't feel obliged to thank me. The gift giving is good enough in itself. I enjoyed sending those out, so thank you for being part of the big old New Year's experience. I'm hoping next year to do it again. I've been thinking about what number of New Year's cards kind of reasonably write out over the course of a couple of weeks before my arm falls off. And my favorite part of the last week was as I was sitting and writing cards to people, expressing my heartfelt New Year's wishes to you fine folks, Noms came over and said, I believe you spent more time on this project than you did on grading all semester long. Which, that might in fact be true. It is possibly the case that I spent much, much longer writing you all comments than writing my students' comments. I know you'll read them, that's the difference. George Plays Twitch, holy moly, thank you for the 10 gift subs, my friend. I appreciate every single one of those. Lauren and Volo and Jerry Moore and Jade Paladin and friends Cert and Steelers and Low Viz and Restless Cat and Drago and Redbeard. You all enjoy the 10 gift subs from our friend George. Enjoy the emotes, enjoy all the goodness that comes with that. And George, thank you. First sub gifts of New Year's, here too many more. Too many more years ahead, sub gifts you want to, but whichever way, thanks for being here, George. Hope you're having a good day for sure. Civilian, hello friend. If I missed a hello to anybody, I apologize. I'm just glad you're here. The year behind, generally pretty good. Had a good semester of teaching. The year ahead, looking forward to a CK3 playthrough, a RimWorld playthrough, and past that, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what games are coming up soon that we should be looking forward to. I'm sure many of you know already the big release schedule. I'm sure some of you have calendars on the wall where you've circled in bright red saying, on this day, this game releases. And I know none of them, absolutely none at all. So I'll need you to keep me informed of what games are coming when exactly. So let me go ahead and grab a tie. Today will be a bright red tie day, I believe, in celebration of the holiday. Apparently all around Japan last night, as midnight struck, people and their families walked over to the local temples. There's a very large temple down in Asakusa that we were never going near. It's so aptly full of people everywhere. But at midnight or so, people go to the local temple with their families. They turn in the business cards of the year past. As I mentioned before, here in Japan, business cards are considered a part of the person. So you never ever treat disrespectfully, which raises the question, when you have so many of them, what on earth do you do with them? If they're important parts of your body, you can't just throw them in the trash. So instead, you take them to the temple and put them inside of a receptacle where they're burned in a ritual, which is seen as the appropriate way of discarding them. So you do that, you get there, you stand in a very, very long line, at the front of which you clap your hands, you do a bow, you ring a big bell to ring in the new year, clap again, do a bow, walk away. And it's a line of many, many, many people who will do this one after another. And what I like about that is it is very much very much an orderly way of having a community, right? It's not just the individual family celebrating in their home, which is nice and good and all the rest, but instead the local community comes together and celebrates one after another, kind of publicly. I think that's a nice way of doing it without having to stand in a mass watching some giant ball drop. I've never been one for the big ball drops. I like to watch them on TV when I was younger, but the idea of crowding into New York Central Times Square to stand in the freezing cold with your best friends seems a little bit much to me. As far as here, fireworks, not so much. There may have been some, but none that were announced publicly, I don't think. We tend to do fireworks in the summer instead for Obon, the big summer festival. They also tend to have fireworks across two of the major rivers at the end of summer. But yeah, none of the neighbors were up late blowing things up, thank goodness. As I've said, that's one of my biggest pet peeves about the US is how late some people will blow off fireworks into the early mornings of the hour. I know many of you have puppy dogs who hate the sound, but here's good. You've read that New Year's here is a 3 to 6 day thing. Absolutely. Absolutely it is. The New Year's period begins 2 days ago, where everyone gets time off of work between, I think, 2 or 3 days ago and sometime like Thursday of this week, maybe. It is one of the two big national holidays when just about everything is closed, the convenience stores are still open, the police are still working, but past that, almost nobody else is. And so you're always encouraged to stock up on food ahead of time, and money also, because the ATMs need a holiday also. How dare you suggest the ATMs should be working while you're on holiday? Hey, Agonarch Artist, thank you for the 500 bits. Happy New Year to you, Agonarch. Hope you're having a very good day. Hope everything is lovely for you, and thank you for your generosity. Jim, you do a key drop to honor Francis Scott Key. Wait, I've never heard of this. So Francis Scott Key is the fellow who writes the Star-Spangled Banner, right? The national anthem of the United States. A key drop. Hello, Noms. It's very good seeing you.
Hello.
How's it going? Thank you for helping us with that.
You're wearing U.S. colors on top of that.
Not intentionally. I mean, is it red? And then I'm the whites, and this is the blue. Is that right? They're like terribly pale. Talking about keys off key. Okay, ban insulting Noms' singing. Hello to you, good all. Hello to you, and happy New Year's to you also. Wow, Jim with the 500 bits also. Thank you for your generosity also. All these bits for Fritz. So kind.
Oh, no, I'm going to claim that 500 bits.
Because you sang. It's your tip for singing.
Yeah. Plus my name is attached to it.
I guess so. All right, that's yours. What will you do with your 500 bits?
Get Zoom sushi, of course.
We're getting some sushi. All right. I wonder if sushi's open today. I bet it's closed.
I don't think anybody is open today.
I think you're right. It's good. It's good. People are having holiday.
Except for the poor post office. That's working hard.
Oh, that's true. So you were so excited about this morning.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell the story?
Yeah, I heard a little scooter outside, and I thought, ha, someone's getting muck delivery this morning, ha.
Holy moly, CS Prof, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Happy New Year, CS Prof, and thank you for...
My name is not attached to it.
It's for you. It's for you. Don't worry. Those are all it's Nom storytelling time. Any tip during this period is for you.
Oh.
I'm not giving her any of it.
Really?
I mean, don't worry. You get it all. Right. So you thought someone getting McDelivery.
Yeah, I was like, ha! Someone's getting McDelivery on New Year's Day.
I mean, we could have been those people.
We could have been. It did like flash through my head. I could have been one of those people. And then I look outside, and yes, there is a red scooter there. But instead of a McDelivery scooter, it's a Japan Post Bank scooter. And there's a guy who's going back to his scooter, and he has a big stack, like this big, in his hands of the Japanese postcards, the New Year's Day postcards. And he's going around delivering it. He comes over to our box, and he puts some in, and then he's, just going around delivering it. And they all come with a message from another piece of paper from the not the post bank, but the post office.
Yeah, post office saying Happy New Year.
Yeah.
And Sindea, thank you very much indeed for the generous resubscription.
But
I love both of you.
Oh, thank you.
There we go.
Do I mean I have to share the subscription?
Yes, it's for both of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, the message was really nice. I mean, maybe it's just really nice when it's translated into English by Google Translate, but it was like our network that has spread across the entire country makes this possible, and we look forward to being a part of the community and society in the next year as well. And please look forward to continued good service and work from your post office.
I mean, I gotta say, in the U.S., the post office is definitely my favorite part of the government, and here, here's pretty good too. And yeah, that's a very sweet way of making sure, as George said, that everyone gets at least one postcard.
Oh, I don't know if everyone gets that one too. I think maybe only if you get one do you get that.
Oh, that's very sad then.
I don't know. Because I don't remember getting one last year. Did we? Maybe we just ignored it. You're like, some junk mail.
It's possible. I don't recall. But yeah, on this day, New Year's Day, the only thing delivered are these cards. I'm fairly sure.
Yeah, because they can't handle all the other things.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous. Yeah. When you go into the in the post office just for the New Year, there's these giant containers that are just being filled with all these little New Year's cards. Because the story here is you're supposed to send them to everyone you know. In the U.S., it's very common to send Christmas greetings to people who are...
Not everyone you know.
I mean, okay, right? Not everyone you know, but anyone you have a personal relationship with, right? Including business contacts and so on.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
I think businesses will send them out. Just like in the States,
I guess
businesses give out calendars or something, like a lot of banks give out calendars.
Yeah, and you recall that last year, a man who painted our house before we sold it in the middle of rural Nebraska sent us a Christmas card all the way over here in Japan.
I think we sent him a New Year's card back, didn't we?
We did. Hello, Tron. Yeah. The Wilson face cams on purpose. Number 1, referencing Home Improvement. You were definitely a similar age. Number 2, yes, Nam's very short, I'm very tall. She won't be here too long. But yeah, we are.
Nam's about when?
We're definitely different heights.
Nam's about when?
Yeah, Nam's about soon. Don't worry.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, I think what's nice though is they must make a fair bit of money on this, because if each one is 63 yen.
Yeah, to mail inside Japan's either 62 or 63.
Yeah, so at least it's good revenue for them. Yeah.
It is.
But this is interesting because I recently saw in a Facebook group that is my alumni community, somebody was complaining about some terrible service from the USPS and how they're so awful, and they can't complain, or they do complain, but they want to complain, but they can't because it's just automated telephone and blah blah, and how terrible it is, and then all of the responses were, don't you know the Postal Service is being slowly dismantled? They want people to hate it so that people will vote to tear it down. And, yeah.
That's very sad.
Yeah, but I think it was just that they were pointing out to this person that they were kind of ignorant about the politics surrounding the post office in America.
I love that the sentence, the politics of the post office.
Yeah.
It's very sad, but yeah, I mean, I think
that the post office is political in America.
Yeah, well, I think here it's such a central part of people's lives, not only in mail delivery, but also the bank. The number one bank that people use in Japan is the post office, and it does not offer interest all that much. Occasionally they'll actually charge you money, negative interest rate, for having your money in the bank. They offer you security, and that's the reward you get. But instead of that, everyone kind of loves the post office because there are just so many of them everywhere, and they are a really valuable part of community, I think. Yeah, good stuff. Hello, Steve. How you doing? Inuit. Hello, friend.
I heard that they started the lottery.
Oh,
Can you
yeah.
talk a little bit about the lottery?
Yeah, so if you buy a certain class of these New Year cards, Nengajo, Nengajo? Nengajo, hi. If you buy a certain class of these from the Postal Service, they have stamped at the bottom a series of numbers. And so you send them out to all of your friends, and it's a lottery. The post office holds a monetary lottery for some portion of the profit they've made on these kinds of cards. So
do you have to buy them from the post office, or if it just gets sent through and processed by them, does it get
Actually, great question.
Because yeah, I
And
think,
maybe anyone processing it then.
yeah, I think it's on processing that it gets stamped with it. Because at the bottom it says something like it actually also, I think what's important for the Japanese consumer is that it gets processed on the first.
Right.
So it's stamped on the bottom of them all, like Reiwa 6 first day.
I see. I
Yeah.
see. And in that way, you have a chance of winning the lottery. So every person in Japan
Yeah.
gets a pile of lottery tickets for the new year.
Yeah.
1 second. Farinanthus, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Farinanthus has moved to tier 2 sub for one and only one reason. Access to the placeholder emotes. It's worked. Farinanthus, thank you for the generous support, my friend. Enjoy the new emotes that you have access to. They are surely the worst of all possible emotes on Twitch, but they are for you, my friend. Thank you for your kindness. I really appreciate it. Please continue your story, Dobbs.
I hear that some of the prizes for the lottery are really quite nice.
What kind of things?
Like a plane ticket, like travel, and like, yeah, some. I think I read like some of the early prizes were like a sewing machine and some, but like they're like significant prizes. It's not like when we went to the Garapon thing and it's like, oh, you get a 50 yen off coupon.
Yeah.
But they're like significant prizes.
I mean, so far as a national lottery,
Yeah.
and it's a national celebratory lottery for the holiday, it makes sense it would be nicer prizes. Not said, we don't have a sewing machine. I hope we win a sewing machine this
but
year.
then we have to carry it around.
Is it a portable sewing machine? Do you have to take it to work with you?
No, but then if you ever move, there's just one more thing that one has to move.
I see. Sci-Fi Sansi, thank you for the resubscription also, my friend. Super generous of you as well. And Rich Sun, Happy New Year's from the UK. It's been raining all day long there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, there's a Wrexham match tonight that I'm worried the pitch might get waterlogged. Whichever way, though, it's important as Happy New Year indeed.
Sci-Fi Santhi?
I see Sansi. Yeah.
Subscribe for 52 months. That's how many weeks there are in a year.
That's right. 1 month subscription for every week of the year. That's great. Yeah, the numbers are getting ridiculous. Some people have subscribed for 75 months, I believe. That's a lot of months.
Yeah, that's a lot of months.
It's a lot of months.
I'd like to say one more thing about the lottery.
Anything.
I heard that they instituted it because they were worried that people would stop doing it.
Doing it?
Sending the Nengajo. So they wanted to
Oh.
encourage people to continue sending it. Partly, surely, for commerce reasons, but partly because they thought it was important that people continue to check in with their neighbors and make sure that other people are okay.
That's really nice.
Yeah,
Do you have a sense of when that was?
Oh, it was instituted in the late 1800s, I think.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it might
I
be
think that's what it said.
a relatively recent innovation, but
Or it might have been, yeah, late 1800s, early 1900s, something like that.
that's amazing.
I think.
I know nothing.
I don't know. Somebody check use the Google and check, please, because I read it, but I don't. I read it on my smartphone.
Yeah.
I read it quickly. I was not planning on giving a book report to the community today.
Yeah, it's delightful though. I mean, I like the idea of anything that structurally, institutionally helps us check out our neighbors. That's
Yeah.
I love that they decided to gamify that. If they're gamifying things back in the late 1800s,
That's
there's
right.
nothing new under the sun, frankly.
I mean, I feel like there's a lot of like lottery sort of things in Japan.
There are. Do this thing, you have a chance to get in that thing for sure. Wow! History teacher Steve, Happy New Year!
Oh,
Thank you
boy.
for the 5 gift subs also. Edda and Krampa and Pavera and Yuki-chan and Death Knight. Y'all enjoy your emotes and such.
Yeah.
History teacher Steve, thank you. What a generous day today. That means
Yeah.
a ton. Agnarch says, I love that Nam has the integrity not to spread misinformation on the internet. I think it went this way. Here's some misinformation. That might be misinformation. We'll see.
Yeah.
But
At least I didn't use like ChatGPT or anything. I got it off of somebody's. Actually, it was a blog run by a company, which I think runs the company runs a service that will handle your Japan mail for you. There was a little ad placed in the middle of the blog post that said something like, do you worry that you're missing out on Japan because you're dealing with all of your Japanese mail? Make sure that your bills are paid on time and that you don't miss anything if you subscribe to our service, where we will take care of all of your mail for you starting at $25 a month.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
I know for the Nengajo, for the New Year's cards, they all have two sides. So side one is like, here's a little message. This message is for you, incidentally. If you haven't seen it yet, it's over on Discord and on Twitter. And so the front side is always like a fun little image. This is one of the 3 images I found out this year. And then a little handwritten message. Officially, you're not supposed to put punctuation or closing punctuation on the front side.
Oh, poop.
Yeah, I know.
I probably did.
Your uncle, if you look at his Nengajo upstairs,
Yeah,
there's no punctuation.
Yeah.
So it's considered that if you use periods or exclamation points, it's
totally understand.
closing off the relationship.
Yeah.
And why would you want to close the relationship on the first day of the year?
I think I used an exclamation point.
He'll probably say you're an American, it's okay.
Yeah.
This apparently is becoming out of favor, though, because it's seen as an older person tradition. So that's the front side. The back side, though, is supposed to be all and only address. So in the middle section here, or the top section with the red boxes, you put in the mail code, and then the stamp goes there. And then down this side, written from top to bottom, in kanji, in the difficult Japanese writing system, you put the person's address in. And on this side, you put your address in also. And for one of the viewers, I sent out one that was here in Japan, and it was a bit of a toddler-like experience, like tracing these little kanji I cannot read onto it. And so if you want to, you can have them pre-printed. You can give a company an Excel spreadsheet of here are all the cards that they've made out, and then you just write the front side instead.
Yeah, I can understand also Japanese people doing that because they may not know, like, some of the difficult kanji, there are some hyper difficult kanji that are not in common use because they're only used in names. And so I could imagine that some addresses might be very difficult for some people. Like, I haven't written this kanji since, I don't know, high school. I don't remember. What's the stroke order? Oh, I have to look it up. And so I can see even Japanese people being like, let me just, and also people's names. Some people have very difficult kanji names, and so they don't want to write it. And then if you write it wrong or in a bad way, it may seem disrespectful or ill-omened.
Yeah, this is a question that I never thought I'd hear someone say, which is, how do I read your name? So someone will have written their name, and it will not be obvious to even competent speakers of language what the name sounds like. Because there are different readings for the same character, some of which are wildly divergent.
Yeah.
Hey, Blue Moon, Happy New Year to you also. Yeah, it's 10 a.m. here, so 10 a.m. on the 1st of 2024.
And it's also, what's the word I'm looking for? It's also become fashionable to give children names that are not read in the traditional way.
Yeah. So to use like a weird pronunciation of a kanji character.
Yeah, I've read this in the paper that there's some people who use the name for like the kanji for like shining light, which is also used of fiber optic service. Fiber optic.
Hikari.
Yeah. So the name Hikari is fairly common, but I've also heard that some people now read that as Laito.
Really?
That's like, it's what they call a kira kira name, which is like a pika pika. Is it a pika pika name or a kira kira name?
These are both onomatopoeia?
Yeah.
Because Japan is so full of them.
Yeah. And it's basically like a flashy name. And it's considered, I think it's so cutting edge that it's looked down upon by some of the more conservative people.
Yeah.
Because Laito is just light.
Yeah.
It's just light pronounced with a Japanese accent. And so some people have names that are Laito with like written with the kanji Hikari.
That's interesting. I wonder if those people, as they reach adulthood, will try to force a different reading of their name eventually.
That's possible.
Yeah. I know also in the Japan Times there's been mention of some government ministers who are trying to reestablish if you're going to use kanji, they must be standard reading of the kanji. You can use a hiragana name or a katakana name if you want to, but if it's kanji, it must be the standard reading. So.
Yeah. I think I've heard that there's only a particular set that you can use too.
Yeah, you're not allowed to name your kid Apple or X4327Y.
Yeah, there was a big controversy around a guy who wanted to name, or parents who wanted to name their child maybe Akuma or
Akuma.
something.
That sounds like a standard name to me, but it's not.
I think it means like Satan. I think that's the one.
Oh boy.
I forgot what the name was, but they wanted to name their child something that was like Satan, and they would not let him.
Did they have a reason for why they want to? Were this edgelords, or was there something more to it?
I am not sure.
That's amazing.
Yeah. But yeah.
That's a great story.
The whole thing about not using punctuation on the front, and that sounds that's so Japanese in some ways. Like anything is symbolic of something else or could actually affect something else. Remember how like I don't want to. Well, I've heard other Americans say this too, right? Like you don't want to breathe it into the air lest it become true. And you think that's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I don't think words are magic, except in the sense of like if I throw something at you and say, "Hey, would you please hand that to me?" Then please handing it back is magic in some way.
Yeah.
But yeah, the time that comes to mind always is my grandfather was very, very ill and ultimately ended up dying. But at a certain point, my father called and said, "Hey, he's getting better." Now this is very, very common in late life. People have like one last hurrah. But the phone call I got to my grandfather was getting better. I think my father was like excited about the happy of this. And so as we went to bed that night, I think I turned to you and said, "My grandpa's getting better." And I think you responded, "Don't say that, he might be dead." Or I think
it was the reverse.
It was it? Okay. I don't remember exactly what it was, but by merely expressing the possibility of my grandfather's health changing in any sense, it was as if I had caused it, if I were going to cause it. And like for me, this is magical thinking. But for you, it's so culturally embedded in some way, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize it was a me thing.
Well, I think
like
it's culturally.
Or that it was like a Japan thing, yeah.
I mean, it might be common in the U.S. also, I'm not sure. I know people do have like a more spiritualistic way of approaching the world than I do. That if you say something, it then becomes real, and like, sure. If we're having, this is entirely hypothetical, don't worry. Hypothetical, not hypothetical. If we're hanging out and I say, "Oh, I never loved you," right? That becomes real in some way that for the other person never was. Again, I love you very much. Don't you worry. It's that kind of thing. But as far as like, if I'm standing here and I say, I hope the volcano doesn't explode. My saying that I think has no relationship to the volcano exploding.
I'm offended.
Why?
So offended.
Wait, why are you offended?
You never loved me.
I did not say you'll never love me.
Even when you said something about the volcano exploding, I was like, oh no, maybe a volcano will explode.
If it doesn't have power, why apply the knobs? So I think it has power in relationship, right? I think it's the case that if there's a causal relationship between the things I express and something in the world, fine, good. It's a matter of identifying the relationship between these things. I don't know. I don't understand how words work. I'm okay saying I don't do philosophy of language. I've got no idea. Am I not the universe manifest? All right, settle down. Of course, we're some portion of the universe, etc. However, while I can affect some parts of the universe, I can't affect all of it simultaneously. Boom, done. I feel good. Next topic. Not reading chat.
It's a book called How to Do Things with Words. Is
Thank
it
you.
not?
It is. But I can't do everything with words. If I announce, I can now
that's
fly.
What the book is about. The book is about how you can do some things with words. We should change the title to How to Do Some Things with Words.
It's a great book. But all right, very good. What are you up to today, Noms? What's going on in Noms' world?
I feel like I'm in Elmo's world. Noms' world.
I was wondering if we'd sing it, and we did. It's great. Doesn't it begin with like a da-da-da-da?
Elmo's world.
There you go. We only discuss words after the word game is completed. That's right. It's like the crossword puzzle. The idea of the efficaciousness of words can only be discussed when the word game's over. The word game continues until I'm dead. You can discuss this when I'm dead.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So what's going on in Noms' world today? While I'm standing here blathering along, what will you do?
I don't know. I might do some work.
I'm so sorry. I was hoping a better part of that story then.
I might do some work. Then again, I saw I started watching the Doctor Who Christmas specials, and now there are 4 of them. I watched one of them.
Are they all new this year?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought we said 4 by the past 4 years worth.
No.
This year.
They are all this year. There are 4 of them. I watched one of them. And
So
now I want to watch the other 3.
Japanese people make 3 this way.
I don't know if this is like all Japanese people.
I mean, this is, I've mentioned before, this is like the Inglourious Bastards whoop the British Persian games out the way by doing 3 this way instead of this way. I don't know if Germans actually do this, but
Yeah.
I've recently seen a variety of Japanese people doing 3 this way, which is so unusual to me. Now, maybe it's only some Japanese people, but yeah. Germans do it this way also. No, I think the movie Papa is this way. But we have Germans on the channel, they could tell me. Germans, how do you express 3? 6 though. 6?
Yeah.
6.
I read a post yesterday about Japanese gestures that like Japanese gestures that may be unusual or new to Westerners, right? And so one was like that, but done like this way.
So this symbol?
Yeah.
I mean, I know in some languages is considered vulgar.
Yeah.
It's the rectum or anus, I guess.
Yeah. I forgot what it means though.
I see.
I think it was like, and then there was one. This we've seen where Japanese people
the touching of the nose,
or they point to their nose to mean myself.
Yeah, either myself or it's also used for like a humorous reference to self.
Yeah.
So you can notably see it in Jiro Dreams of Sushi when Jiro's talking about himself getting old and dying. He points to his nose in kind of a jokey way about his own death.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
there's something like with a pinky that I don't know. And then the part that I loved was as part of this blog post. The very last one was the chopping the air. They referred to it as the air chop gesture.
What's this used for?
But they said it is frequently used by older men who are trying to get through a crowd.
Yeah.
So it's like Moses parting the waves is how the blog post referred to it.
Yeah, how
people... It's like chopping through the crowd.
How people indicate where they're going in crowds is fascinating to me. Because as an American, I don't really indicate by looking through. So I don't look at people, I look through people and hope they catch my eyes focused and move out the way. I tend to have my hands down at my sides. Even in the US, I think I do exactly this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely see people in Japan who will either do a repeated chop or just hold their hand out and use their hands kind of like a...
but you have to have your head down and your head kind of behind
head
your
down
head.
And pushing. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Some people do use bags also as a way of pushing through. They put the bag on the front to be a little bit thinner, but then like push through with their bag. It's great. Hey, Jerry Fodor, good seeing you, friend. And hello to Gary. Hello, everybody, on this lovely New Year. Stunna, good seeing you.
I wonder if the chop is also so that you don't accidentally... The post said something about it's used by older men to get through crowds. I wonder if it's a way... so that you don't, as a man, you're not pushing up against a woman, but instead you're chopping. So you're saying, please move?
It's your choice to be inside of the blade. The blade's coming for you. Also, I tend to hear older men do. I immediately think it's a rude thing to do.
Oh, not necessarily. No.
I mean, the number of things I've heard, like, old men cough loudly. No one else does. You know, old men burp freely. No one else does. I always read it as it's offensive, but maybe it's not in this case.
Yeah. I don't know.
The other, what was the other thing I want to say? Pointing. Pointing is so profoundly rude, right? If you point at someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said that in your family you were taught not to do that, correct?
Well, I think Americans are also taught not to point at people.
Not aggressively, but I think pointing like, you. Or her. I think in the U.S. that's acceptable.
Yeah.
Where I think here it's not so much.
Yeah.
I think we were taught
more like the gesturing.
Yeah, we were taught early that if you want to indicate someone or something, you don't go like this, but you go like this instead.
Yeah.
It's kind of an open, welcoming motion.
Yeah.
We saw this notably in a video of a person in an electronics store being left around here and there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
and instead of like, oh, we're going there next, it'd be we're going there next, like Vanna White or something. Off you go. Wait, Fearnth, where you grew up, it was inappropriate to point at people. Wait, really? How about the rest of y'all? If you're talking of her to someone else, is it socially acceptable to say her? With ostentative definition. Or ostentative reference, rather.
Like,
Her.
if it's a stranger, if you're in public and you're like, oh no, that person has snot on their face. That one, like, that's rude in any culture, I think.
Well, I think pointing out flaws of people, whether with the finger pointing or the
like,
mouth pointing, is not nice.
If you're in a crowd, I think if you're in a crowd and there's like a stranger pointing at strangers, I think is rude.
Is it okay to point at representations of the divine like in a church crucifix? So I was never taught not to, but that's a very, very good point. It's a very good point. Good point, yeah. I don't think I would have ever pointed at representations of the divine in church as a kid. I don't think pointing in general in the sanctuary feels appropriate.
Yeah.
It's weird how these are things I was not taught, but there are a certain kind of whatever.
Yeah.
You're a Midwestern U.S. fan. I think it's very rude to point. Wait, I grew up in the Midwestern United States. It's entirely possible that I'm just a rude dude even where I'm from.
I mean, you're Midwestern U.S., but you were from a larger city. You were part of a larger metropolitan area.
I need to call my parents now and say, was I raised where pointing is acceptable? Maybe it's from taking language in high school, because I had a professor that when we wanted to walk through pronouns, we'd be told, you must point to remember. So you, or me, you. And so all throughout the first, I think, 2 years. What?
That's a very interesting pedagogical tactic.
Yeah, all throughout the first 2 years, anytime we wanted to conjugate a sentence, we had to point at the subject and then indicate tense, like present or perfect, by pointing in a direction.
Oh.
This is a public high school.
Yeah, I think it's called TPR, total physical something. If there's a modern language teacher out there, they know what physical response. Total physical response, maybe?
Yeah.
Something like that.
I mean, I think it helps me, but in the one respect, it helped me to remember how pronouns work and so on in other languages. At the same time, though, it makes it basically impossible for me to speak in other languages without wanting to move my arms.
And also, like, the tense is interesting because it makes you think about the tense.
Sure.
Right? Because I think otherwise you might forget about it because you don't necessarily think about it in your native language.
That makes sense.
And if you are playing Chants of Sonar, tense is not indicated at all.
Oh, you're so cross about that, aren't you? We've been playing a fun little word game with Moms recently, and
it takes some liberties.
It's a video game. That's how it goes. That said, we just did something we don't tend to do, which is we spoke over each other. The reason I mention this is not because it's profoundly rude, but instead because we were discussing this in Japanese. And in Japanese social situations, when you're first meeting someone in a group, you said something interesting about that.
Well, yeah, I think it's contextual, but I've noticed that there are some situations where people are talking over each other. Where, like, they're all, like, people are saying, oh, it's nice to meet you, like, and I feel like I've been in situations where I've talked at the same time as other people. Not because I'm a rude dude, but I think that's just what people are doing. Because the reason I notice this is because I'm not sure of exactly what words to say in what context. And so I sort of say words, but they're not super clear, and I think people just take it that I'm saying what needs to be said at that point in time.
Yeah.
Because people are talking over each other, nobody's actually picking up the actual words.
So this is a case where one person is meeting a group? Or is it a case where many people are meeting each other?
Yeah, I can't really place it right now. I just noticed it.
I'm thinking in American culture, at least my slice of this, if a group is meeting one another all for the first time, they're all like, oh, hi, I'm John. Hi, I'm Fred, over top of each other. But it's not the whole group to the whole group. It's individual to individual overlapping. In the same way if you do your like your cheers at midnight, you try to tink with each and every person.
Yeah.
Again, one-on-one in the group. But here in Japan, it does feel like there's like a kind of like, nice to meet you, nice to meet you, nice to meet you, all said over and over again.
Yeah, I think if you're exchanging meishi, then you're doing it with each individual person.
Yeah, that seems right. Interesting. Yeah, I'm sure there's someone on this fine island who could explain this to me, but they probably speak a language I do not, and that's this story.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we were watching, I think maybe this came up because we were watching Kohaku Utagassen, which is like Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve here. And I think there were several instances where there were a few hosts and a few guests. and the guests were part of like a singing group, and they all came out together, and then all of the guests, the hosts, I think, said hello to the guests, and the guests all said hello back.
All at the same time, I think.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think
no, I
that's
agree.
when I noticed
agree.
it. But maybe that happens on like Good Morning America too, where it's like, oh, welcome to Good Morning America, all things, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I think I'm used to just one person saying these things. I don't know. Hey, Crumpa, thank you for the $5.52 tip. I find it very disrespectful to not offer height-challenged persons that say dwarves a chair to stand on. Noms, would you like a chair to stand on?
I'm not a dwarf.
Would you feel more included if I spent the opening of the stream on my knees down here with you?
No, I like it here.
Look, I'm Noms now.
No,
I'm little Noms.
Noms emote when?
Okay, so from now on, this is how I'm gonna stream. I can get my little hands up on the keyboard and...
Yeah.
I need your help getting up.
Boy.
I'm too old.
Oh, boy.
I'm too old.
Also, I would like to ask you about another gesture.
Sure, what gesture is that?
I'm gonna do it toward you, and then maybe I'll do it toward stream.
So when you say toward, does it mean I've done it to you?
No,
directly?
like you're the recipient of this gesture.
So what is gesture? That means move away, go away, I'm done with you. Yeah?
So that's very interesting. I have always taken this gesture to mean come here. And it was part of the blog post. It meant come here, and it said that for a lot of people, they will read it as go away.
Wait, so in the U.S., you've been like, oh, best friend, come here, come.
No. I think in the U.S., I would say I would do this.
So exactly.
Right. But
so
I know
this is come here.
To read this as come here too.
So is it? You get come here from it. This is interesting. So different people are saying, "Is this go away?" And I think I agree with you that, or agree with people in chat. It depends on what the very first part is, because ultimately you're just flapping your wrist back and forth. But if you begin with this and then go like what is it? It might just be like, are you rolling out or rolling in?
No, it's like
this is rolling in.
No, your elbow has to go up when you're doing it.
This is my day. I enjoy this. Hurry up or go away. Yeah, I don't like when you do it again to me, please. See, now because we're talking about come here, I'm like, okay, I can see the come here. It's now ambiguous and I never want to see it again. It's strange because when you first did it, I said to myself, oh, go away. I don't want you here. Now I'm enjoying the nice cool breeze. Thank you.
I don't think anybody would do it for that long. But yeah, you should see in public. See if you can see people doing that. Especially if we're like at a big festival. I can see someone like seeing their friend and being like,
I think maybe
maybe because you're close to me, you read that as go away. Like
hey.
when I'm across the room from you and I go.
Exactly right. I have more on that in a moment. First of all, Aaron Mithrin, thank you for the resub, my friend. Hope everything is good for you. Thank you for generosity. It's always good to see you here, Aaron. I think if I want to say come here, I hold my arm in closer. I think come here, come here. I can't imagine. Yeah, go away feels very awkward here. Or if I want to reach out, I mean, I would make like a big come here, come here. No,
well,
not.
If you do big come here, you're swatting all of these people.
I'm swimming. I'm swimming.
There are all these people who are in between, and they're like, ow, ow, ow. Whereas you got, yeah. You know, maybe it's predicated upon in Japan there isn't much room. So you can't be flapping your elbows around. You just stick your hand up in the air.
Maybe hand angle matters. Point down is sweeping away. So this is inclusive. Come here. Like, go away. Does that seem go away or come here to you?
I don't know.
I'm thinking go away
it
thoughts.
Like you're hot.
Okay, I'm cooling myself. This is fantastic. I have never thought this deep about this gesture before.
Yeah, for me, I thought that when I read that, I was like, oh, well, that's fairly obvious to everyone, I think. But as it turns out, it's not obvious to you.
Yeah. Huh. I wonder where else there are these kinds of... I was going to say these kind of differences that... because the feedback you get are not obvious which one it's saying. Yeah. But now I do wonder, have you sent people away previously that you wanted to come closer?
I don't think I... Oh, do I ever do that at work?
Actually, now that you say
I
this,
do this at work.
I could imagine if I were in a very, very crowded location and I need to go over everyone's head, then I could imagine doing this kind of thing, or I can't.
That's why I said it. It's
But
like
again,
if
it's
you're in
always
a,
a role.
like if you're at a festival or something, right? And you're like, oh, come here. No, you come here. I'm not going to you.
Okay, this now feels better, but again, it needs to be at great distance. If it's this close.
No, you wouldn't do that to someone this close.
Except for go away.
In Japan, if someone is this close and you want them to come to you, you just go like this.
Yeah, this is one place that I've been surprised, and you were surprised also by Japanese people.
You don't do it to strangers.
Right, to friends though. To friends though, if someone's trying to get past, you don't necessarily say like, "Hey, get out of their way." Instead, you physically grab them and move them.
Yeah.
And I don't know why that's exactly.
Like, oh, someone is trying to pass you.
Exactly right. Where I think in the U.S., it's considered kind of dominating. Like, over here, baby doll, get out the way. You even go to the small of the back or the hip, possibly, on I think an opposite gendered person, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen it a lot with. I don't see men doing it to other men here, but I see it a lot with two women.
Yeah,
or like even friends.
As I mentioned before, women on women contact here is so much more regular than in the U.S. Even though the U.S. women tend to be kind of touchy, here it tends to be much more like women friends hold hands all the time. I just walk down the street, and so I mentioned before, I thought every woman was a lesbian in Japan when I got here. Like, wow, so many out couples. I thought that was not done here, but no, it's affectionate friendship hand holding. It's gotten used to now. Again, not men. Men do not do this.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to non-binary folks or trans people who are variously queer, I have no idea how they think about these things at all. But it's like the stereotypical long black hair woman will always hold hands.
Yeah, I wonder if it's also like like in dancing, like in formal couples dancing.
Yep.
People get a lot of people lead with your hand, right? Like
You won't be dragging someone this way or that.
not dragging, but yeah, like giving a little bit of information. Like, oh, I'm going this way or I'm going that way. But yeah, I first noticed being steered by somebody that I was walking with my senior colleague. And we were walking down the street and there was traffic or something, and so she went like this to get me to go in front of her or something.
Yeah, and you don't have a touching relationship with her, do
No,
you?
I don't.
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Although she does like hug at the end of the year and stuff like that. She'll hug.
Okay.
But and so I noticed that early on with her. But then I thought, oh, okay, maybe it's because she's also senior to me, both hierarchically and also in age. But then I was out to lunch with a junior colleague that I had just met. And she also did that to me.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, oh, this is new.
You weren't
But
offended by it?
No, and she's a native Tokyoite.
So were you able to roll with this is just how it's done here?
Yeah.
That's great. I think I would have trouble with that. I think I wouldn't resist it. I'd be like, okay, touching is happening, at least internally. But yeah, some people in channel said it'd be cool if men would more often hold hands. I know in some cultures they do. I believe various Arabic cultures especially.
Yeah.
And I think for me, and like there's no way to think about this except this for me, the first time I ever even thought about holding someone's hand after like absolute childhood was a gal I was interested in. I could not tell if she was interested in me. And so because of that, I asked her, may I hold your hand? And she said no. And ever since that moment, I've been terrified. So even when we're out walking, I always have this moment of, perhaps she does not want me to hold her hand. I should ask. And now I just don't. I tend to go over your hand and hold out my hand and you go for it. But I can't get the idea of like just grabbing a friend's hand. It feels like such an invasion.
I generally like if one is going to link body parts, I prefer not hands. Not just with you, but with anybody, just because, one, hands are grosser than other parts of the body, in my opinion. Also, if you fall over, if you have your hands obstructed, then you're more likely to, like, not be able to use your hand. Whereas if you're linking, like, arms, like, you can still, like, use your hand to brace yourself.
So always be prepared means do not hold hands. You need them at the ready to hold yourself up.
Yeah,
I
but
love that.
also hands are grosser.
Yeah, this is something that I think I had to really struggle with initially. So we would hold hands occasionally, and then when it was done to hold hands, I would pull my hand away and like, we had a nice hand holding time. And Noms would. You have to talk about it. They can't see that.
I subconsciously, unconsciously wipe my hand off.
This
On my
lovely
leg.
romantic gesture, Noms wipes her hand off of it. And now I know it means nothing. Now I know it's like a funny ha 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 joke. But initially it was, I'm a disgusting human being. She wants nothing to do with me.
I mean, you are a little bit moister as an individual.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Your hands are moist.
Oh, okay.
You are a warm moist as opposed to a cold moist. Cold moist is pretty bad, but you're a warm moist.
But warm moist is how you get mold. I mean, I think it's the case, though, that even if I've washed and dried my hands and I touch your hand, you still feel not great about it.
Yeah, I
correct?
mean, I think that's a me thing where I tend to be, like, slightly germophobic. Like, it's not that it's actually dirty, it's, like, mentally dirty. So
It's ritually unclean.
yeah, I mean, recently, I offered jobs to people, and some people wanted to shake my hand.
Yeah.
And that was fine. And after they left my office, I went over to the alcohol dispenser and I cleaned my hands off. Not because I thought they were dirty, but my hand felt a little dirty just because it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, I mean, part of the way you told that story, one could imagine this is you trying to avoid infectious disease, right? Hands are dirty, people don't always wash their hands. Wash your hand, awesome.
But I don't wear a mask in public.
True, you also don't do it in front of the person.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine if you had a handshake at the beginning of a meeting, and then while they're talking, you went squirt, squirt? I think that's very interesting. On the other hand, you're disgusting.
I've seen people do that.
Really?
But I think they do it just generally as a cleanliness thing, where they do it and then they might even offer it to the other person.
Yeah, I think if it's done too closely to the actual physical contact, I have no choice but to read that as you are filth. Now, I recognize it's not meant that way, but this is like, again, when we first started dating and we'd hold hands and you'd wipe it off, I immediately took it as like a rejection of my affection.
Yeah, I think I've seen it here too, because Japan is still much more COVID conscious. So I think I've seen it like explicitly saying, not explicitly saying, but it's an explicit acknowledgement of, okay, we've just shaken hands, so let's clean our hands off now.
Yeah, a couple nights ago we had dinner for the first time with one of our colleagues and her husband. It was a very nice night, really enjoyed it. But she had told me previously her favorite thing about being in Japan is no more handshakes, all and only bowing. And so I met her husband. I was ready for, we'll just bow, we'll do the dap thing. Delightful. And then he immediately reached out for a handshake. I was like, oh, cool, I can do handshakes, all fine. But I wonder if they hold hands. Or if like a certain... This is the part that surprised me about you a little bit still. If there's a certain set of people who are thought of no longer unclean. Like, there's lots to say here, but like kissing, for example, is very disgusting with a stranger, where it's accepted with the intimate. And there's lots about here about how desire overrides disgust, etc. It might just be because I'm sweaty. It might be the reason why you still do it with me. If you hold your mother's hand, would you wipe that off?
One, I was not raised in that kind of family. A lot of families here are hand-holdy. I was not raised in that, in one of those. I think I probably would. I think it's, frankly, subconscious or unconscious.
I wonder if it's just you or if it's other Japanese folks too. Because I don't think it's common among Americans to wipe off the handshake.
No, because it's gross. it's rude.
Yeah.
And I don't like publicly do it. You know.
But you mentioned though the entire time that you're talking to them, it's like it's this bright light coming off of it, or it's feeling of disgust.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
You may also notice that I tend to put my hand inside things, so I don't touch things directly.
And so if I want a good handshake, I will often have to like sneak my hand inside, or not handshake, hand holding. Is this disgusting? You're making it awful.
Cold.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Clammy. Okay, it wasn't as wet as I thought. This was one of those instances where I mistook cold for wet. I thought it was cold and wet. It was just cold.
And this is why I stream solo, because I can imagine I don't have a body for a little while.
But yeah, even coming down the stairs, maybe it's also because it's cold, but I touched the banister through my little sleeve.
Yeah.
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 Oh, Noms. You're a delight, is what you are.
Yeah, I prefer to touch things through my little sleeve.
Have you ever considered wearing, like, nitrile gloves out and about?
No.
How about fashion gloves?
I mean, there was a professor at our last institution who wore, like, because of she was in her 80s, so this is just her fashion, but she always wears gloves everywhere. And I'm like, man, I would love to be in my 80s and just wear gloves everywhere. That sounds awesome.
They're not welding gloves. I mean, can you imagine? Ready for my day. I've got my paladin's pauldrons equipped.
Why are they mitts?
I don't know. I mean,
when you put them on, they're mitts.
I guess welding gloves do have fingers. It's
Yeah,
not
they
gloves.
do.
All right, I'm ready to my pauldrons paladins.
Yeah. They.
Mefrit.
Mefrit doesn't touch public doorknobs.
Yeah, I think
uses. Yeah.
I think it's common after the. This is a funny story. It's common after washing one's hands in a public restroom to take a paper towel or use a bit of like a handkerchief to open the door. Some years back, I had a situation where I was going to the bathroom at the same time someone was leaving, and they were trying so hard to open it with just their foot that their hand was in proximity to the handle. And so I didn't know they were there, so I just opened the door as one does, and immediately hit into the person's hand, and they immediately went and re-washed their hands again. I felt
poor
pretty bad about
buddy.
that. And I was like, well, here I am.
This is something else that's nice about Japan. It's not nice if you're a tourist and you're not prepared for it. A lot of the public restrooms do not have paper towels.
Yep.
And a lot of them also do not have the air dryer.
They're expected to bring a cloth with you to do the drying.
Everybody has their own little, like, hand cloth.
Yeah, we have mine here. I have, a lot of these little plaid ones. I'll just carry them around, bring them around, and, they're very useful for, cleaning up a little bit of leaving on the table, useful for drying the brow, or my sweaty hands.
Yeah, but I think it's nice. So when I go to the bathroom, I take mine with me at school, and then I dry my hands, and I use it to grab the handle.
Yeah.
So nice.
Do you then worry, though, after you've used it on the handle, that it's dirty in some way? And so if you want to dry your hands afterwards or wipe your face, it then gets the disease all over you?
No, but I do refold it. I refold it, like I fold it, mine is pretty big. So I'll refold it so that the dirty part is on the inside, or the other thing I do is when I get to my office, I unfold it and I kind of spread it out so it can dry. Because I don't want to put a wet towel into my desk.
Yeah. Do you shake off your hands before drying in the restroom? Because I always do. And I know it's rude to do that. I know it's very, very rude to like do this with your hands in public.
I do not, because I don't want water to get everywhere, because the other thing I do is I use the towel that is at the sink to clean the sink area.
Yeah, some public toilets here will have a towel left behind to dry after you've washed your hand. Not to dry yourself, to dry the sink or the counter next to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the ones at school are just for the custodians to use.
Oh, then why are they left behind?
I don't know. I think maybe I don't know.
There's often also one per sink.
Yeah.
That's why I assume they're for me to use.
I mean, I do it that way, and then other people have done it, but then I saw someone else come in and say, oh, maybe it was a custodian, and she thanked me for doing it. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she just appreciates that you're joining her in the responsibility of keeping these clean.
Yeah,
who knows?
I had a former colleague who would, what did you call this?
Flapping of the hands?
No. When you
I think drip drying, I think.
Or when you take the water off of your hands.
Yeah, drip drying, I believe.
Okay. No, not drip drying, but she just wanted to.
Oh, she squeegeed her old hand, like.
So she didn't squeeze it.
Squeezy?
She didn't squeeze you.
This
but
is
you know how
squeezy.
you said you like shake him off?
Sure. Shake, shake, shake it.
Yeah, she would hit her hands against the inside of the sink to shake off the water. Like
Now,
lightly.
Okay, I was about to say, like, you go wham, break your hands
No,
every
but
time?
it would be like thump, thump, thump.
Really?
Yeah, and to me, I was like, oh, the inside of the sink is dirty.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Now, it does mean that the water goes inside the sink. It doesn't get, like, splashed everywhere.
Oh, so I agree with that. That seems good,
But-
but touching the dirty after the clean, again, ritually unclean.
Yeah. I don't know why she did it.
If you don't mind my asking, what culture would she identify with?
American.
I have no idea then. Is she from a weird place in America, like Nevada or something?
It's Joyce.
Joyce. Okay, no, she's from Rascal. Also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she might. Yeah, I'm like, where was she originally? Maybe she might originally have been from Iowa. But
Did you ever ask her why?
No.
Why not? You say
It
that
seems rude.
You
It's
say
like,
to the
well,
person,
you wash your hands, kind of funny.
I would like to discuss with you your bathroom behavior. Would you
Yeah.
mind explaining it to me?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's great. That's great,
Yeah.
Noms. Any other story you want to share? We've been live now for about an hour and 10 minutes. A very nice talk time today. I've enjoyed this quite a bit, but I think we have two other things we could discuss.
Like what?
We could discuss the dinner we had the other night.
Okay.
And then there was something else I wanted to mention.
I mean, we finished a movie last night. Is that
That's the other thing. Thank you. We also finished a movie last night. So which of these two would you like to discuss first? Dinner
Either.
or a movie?
Either. I just discussed the movie with on Instagram.
In that case, would you like to share with the troops what you shared on Instagram?
Yeah. So I received a DM on Instagram about it was a link to a TikTok video where this woman was talking about like how moved she was by this movie and its depiction of the Japanese people coming together and after World War II and how great this movie was, and it was about Godzilla. And so I think the caption or the blurb on it is like, in 2023 there was a movie that depicted like the Japanese community and the effects of World War II on it and how the Japanese people pulled together, and then there was also Oppenheimer.
Okay, a couple quick things. So one, was this Godzilla movie actually set in the late 40s and 50s?
Yeah, I think so. It's the Godzilla -1 or whatever. It's the latest Godzilla.
Okay, I know nothing about it.
Yeah.
And then I immediately thought, are the Godzilla movies ways of dealing with the trauma of the bombings without talking about them directly? In the same way,
might be.
like
It
zombie
might be.
movies are about immigration in some
Yeah,
ways.
it might be.
Yeah.
Maybe we should watch it. It's in the theaters, except it's not gonna be subtitled.
I'm always happy to watch things I don't understand at all. Oh, pretty pictures, popcorn. Yeah. And so the movie we watched last night was not Godzilla. It was instead Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Which is not yet
Yeah.
released here. They say it's coming out in 2024, but we doubt it. We think it will probably not get a mass release here.
Well, my friend yoga teacher had a good observation, which is it may depend on how it does at the Oscars. If
Sure.
it does well at the Oscars, there will be pressure to screen it here.
Yeah, because it's a story about the creation of the atomic bomb in the U.S. There's a lot of like flag waving and cheering and so on. Japanese people are brought in only like very vulgar ways, and then in ways that are also very sad. But there's a very brief period. Yeah, incidentally, if you've not seen the movie, only minor spoilers ahead, we promise. It's also history.
I mean, it's history, so...
Yeah, the Titanic sinks. But yeah, so what do you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, what I said in the DM was that Oppenheimer was not... You know, the reason that people are nervous about showing it in Japan is because there was quite a bit of protest about how the bombings are not depicted in the movie. And it's true, they're not depicted, but it's not as bad as I thought it was. Yeah, we need to.
12 Eskimos, thank you for the generosity and that ongoing subscription. Hope 2024 is absolutely fantastic for you and Noms.
Oh,
That's very
you.
sweet. Also,
you.
many of you in your little messages to me with your New Year's card request, I had very nice things to say about Noms also. So thank you for including all those. I've enjoyed reading them to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So I think what I said was that to me it doesn't make sense to put it in the movie. because the movie is very much about like his interior
Life?
yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like how he internally responds to the knowledge that he's made the bomb and what it has been used to do afterwards, and then how his place within the scientific community, how the scientific community responds to the bomb, and then how he as a kind of liminally scientist and also political figure kind of feels pulled
Yeah.
differently because of it. So I think within like how the movie flows, it doesn't make sense to put those images in.
Because the things that he experienced, things that he saw, he did not have firsthand viewing or seeing of the bombings.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
think there's one scene in which he and some other people are watching footage of it, and
Yep.
that's how he sees the footage, right? For
Absolutely.
the first time. And you don't get the camera doesn't swing around and show you what he's seeing, it only shows you his reaction. And I think that in some ways is more powerful in a way, instead of seeing the image itself.
Yeah, I think the Japanese response to it would probably be, but you can't tell the story of the bombing and leave out the victims. And I mean, the victims are included in some sense. Like, he is alive and aware of the damage done. But I don't know. I think that though the Japanese consciousness is aware that the end of the war was a celebratory moment for the victors, it was a great national tragedy, a great national embarrassment, etc. And so the question is, like, why do you make this film in particular?
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Probably. But again, if you want to do
Because there was a book and somebody wanted some money.
maybe so. And it's a fine movie. It's fine. Like, as an American, as a movie watcher, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It was challenging, compelling. I've read a fair amount about the history of physics fairly recently, and so I was able to point out, like, oh, that's Niels Bohr.
Except there was one person that I noticed first.
You noticed Richard Feynman before I did, yes.
Yeah.
I was looking off screen at the time, and you're like, oh, it's Feynman. I was like, oh, we'll see. And then indeed it was. So.
Yeah, I mean, they were like, let's take some of the few like let's do a caricature of Feynman, right?
Yeah.
I knew it was Feynman because he was like playing some drums, some hand drums, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's probably Feynman.
Absolutely right. And it was nice to see the signal moments in the history of American and European physics, which, it's cool stuff. But the moral complexity of the question in Oppenheimer's mind, obviously is someone who is not just a physicist, but also, like I said, a semi-politician, a popularizer and public thinker, as well as one who read very widely. It was worth seeing him start with a fairly naive view about the role of science. It's just doing theory, it's just exploring ideas, into what does it mean to take the ideas into the world, what it means on a very superficial analysis of the world, and then seeing the complexity in years past. Obviously a fascinating figure who I think deserves a movie, deserves us thinking about him and what he's up to. But I think for me, I'm not exactly sure what the takeaway of the film is, other than this is complex, and we treat it like it's not complex. The technology needs to be understood as more than just progress, go next thing, but instead, etc.
Yeah, I wonder if part of the reason it became popular was also because last year was the year of ChatGPT. So, we have a similar case, right, where there's new technology and people are interested in working on the technology and improving it for the technology itself. But then they realize that it also has applications beyond, like, oh, let's make this cool computer program and make it better and better and better.
Yeah.
But making it better and better and better has consequences outside of pure science.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
And of course, Google then fires their entire AI ethics team.
Yeah.
Because why should you ask those questions? What matters is profits.
Yeah. There's one scene in Oppenheimer that I think will feel particularly bad to Japanese people, and it's when the Americans are celebrating that they've won.
It's a great scene. It's a great scene. Yeah.
But I suspect it also is made to make Americans feel bad.
I don't think so. So
Really?
I mean, I think it is. I don't think the average American theatergoer will feel bad about it. Maybe not, because every time I talk about the bombing in the classroom or with my students here, like, the divergence is so profound. Japanese people, it is the worst incident in all of human history. American people, it was necessary. We saved you all from yourselves. And I've yet to be able to have anyone have a thoughtful conversation past that moment. I think and in the film, and I think this is not a spoiler, Oppenheimer has that moment where we are doing this to save Japanese lives by destroying Japanese lives. And then eventually he moves past that kind of position. And I think it's a fine movie. Like I said, I'm glad to have seen it.
Yeah.
I think I hope it will raise good conversations beyond the standard narrative of World War II. But I don't think it will change any Japanese minds, certainly, on the story.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Excellent discussion. So yes, strongly recommended from Resorti. It is 3 hours long, but I don't think it dragged at any point. It maybe a little bit in the middle, because the overarching narrative, and you'll learn like the first 10 minutes, is Oppenheimer is being investigated for an ongoing security clearance. The movie is actually about, does this man get to keep his security clearance? All the excitement is just about that. And I think there were certain moments where like, oh, this is kind of a lame framing. It allows him to talk through his whole life. It allows him to think through this and that, and it works well as a framing device, but also kind of after a while.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like the beginning dragged a little bit.
Trying to get the story motivated.
Yeah, the beginning dragged, and it had too many like Christopher Nolan pew 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 things in it, and I was like,
look, it's electrons.
Like,
look,
it's a
are they
Christopher Nolan
waves?
movie.
Are they particles? They're both somehow. Here comes a cute little double slit.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And also because the movie starts with a certain framing because you see there's a card, a subtitle card that comes through. It says 1, fission, and then 2, fusion, or it might have been flipped.
Yeah.
But then they disappear after like the first 10 minutes.
Absolutely.
What is happening?
Yeah, so it's like weird title card, and that, well, maybe it's saying like the fallout, awkward word, the fallout of the splitting of the atom is a story not yet told. Right? It continues to be a story today, it continues to be a story, all the way through perhaps human history. So
it just seems like it's like when you're reading a novel and it's like chapter 1, chapter 2, and then they forget about it afterwards.
Yeah, there have been a few books I read very recently that's like prologue in some really important sense, chapter 1, and then it never splits, or it splits one more time, but it's just way too late.
Yeah.
I agree with you that it's a weird kind of structural division. Yeah. Eskimos, you enjoy the stream because you turn to any other stream and you won't get this kind of conversation. Thank you for that. There's one viewer who sent a cute little note, or a very kind little note, rather, that said, I follow 100 so streamers. You all are the most interesting ones. And that's a nice thing to say, of course, and we try to talk some good stories. Happy New Year's board games. You fixed it. You fixed your broken computer. Awesome.
Oh,
Welcome back to the world of not typing on your phone anymore. Tire burning, your grandfather worked with Teller late in his career. You just picture him as a big old weirdo. I think every physicist on that product was a big old weirdo. Academics tend to be, for sure, but physicists perhaps more so. Every physicist I've known has been a little unusual in a delightful way. Yeah.
The sound editing is awesome, says George.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, except for it had the problem that a lot of contemporary films do, which is the dialogue occasionally become muddied behind the music and the incidental sounds here and there. To the point that you turned on the subtitles.
And then they were terrible. They were so bad.
And you didn't like the graphics or font they chose for subtitles.
The font was so bad.
And turned them back on.
The font was so bad and so big. But I've heard in a podcast that this is something that happens when they turn a movie that has all of like the Dolby and the everything into like a DVD, especially one that can be streamed or played on kind of a more limited little set of sound channels.
Okay.
Right? So that then the explosions get really big and loud and the music gets really big and loud. But as a result of that, the voices get so quiet.
Yeah.
And so I hear a lot of people actually watch things with closed captioning on. It's just, the font was pretty bad.
Yeah, I've never turned off closed captioning because of font. I was like, I'll get used to it, it's fine. No. I think it raises an interesting question that I don't know how to think about, which is when you're making a work of art, whether it's a film or painting or whatever else, you have to think about the context in which it's presented. There's one thing if you have this gigantic mammoth piece that's going to be outside, and so you can see it from every direction and towers above the people. It's quite another if you see this thing inside of just a book, right, where you lose the scale of it. And so, when it comes to making a Christopher Nolan film, is it
Yeah.
meant for the big screen or for the tiny screen? I think he's always the massive.
Yeah, the sense I got, especially in the first third or so, where it felt very Christopher Nolan-y, like it felt like it should be watched on a big screen.
Yeah, I don't know enough about sound to know if it's possible to mix it in different ways. One mix for the big theater, one mix for the home broadcast. Because so many more people are today not going to the theater and instead watching the theater movies on smaller screens. I wonder if as history goes by or as technology goes by, this will either be remedied by having a second mixing, or if we're going to understand this as like substantially different genres, in the same way that you listen to the pop concert in the stadium and the orchestral piece inside of the symphony hall. Will people make films, theater films, versus small scale films? I don't know.
I look forward to when I can toggle everything, because I feel like that's what's gonna come. Like, you know how like in a video game you can turn up and down the music and up and down the voices? I wonder if that's gonna happen in when we watch television.
Yeah, I do wonder how much there'll be a pushback on that. You know, the artists, engineers, whatever, saying no, it's meant to be this way. In the same way, if you
They like money.
It's true. But in the same way, if you go to an art gallery, you say, no, I want that bright red on the art to be brighter red. You can imagine the painter saying, what is wrong with you? That's not what this piece is.
Yeah, but then we already have sound equalizers in audio, right? Where you can change the boost on different frequencies. And then what's the other area where I thought, on books, right? If you read a book, an ebook, you can change the font size, you can change the font, you can change the color of the paper.
And this kind of accessibility thing is very cool. And Kat mentioned, like, how about audio description or alt text? Yeah, audio description in a film like that where so many things are happening simultaneously. And so if you're watching it without being able to see, there's this voice that often says, and now we're going to have a person walks across the screen, they have a shopping bag in their hand. Like, there's so much happening. How do you pick the important things there? Hard to say. Is art subjective? I don't want to go to this conversation. Sure, the appreciation of meaning in art is subjective, but I think the judgment of, do I want to see this brighter or darker, I think is also subjective, but can imagine the artist pushing back. In the same way, if I'm on stream and someone says, Resorty, you'd look cooler with a mohawk and wearing a leather jacket, possibly there'll be a way to make that happen at some point. I can change my image to a kitty cat very easily. I don't want you doing that to me, though. Right? I think it's important for the unity of the Resorty presentation that I have my little tie on and so on.
They already have. They have like a little cardboard piece of a mohawk that they shift around on the screen to match where you are.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about with the audio descriptions of things, how like a screen reader. Have you heard the screen readers are so fast? Like of a website.
Yeah.
So fast.
So I had a student back in. What do you want to say more on this?
Oh, I was wondering, like, does the description in a movie feel intolerably slow?
That's a good point.
In comparison.
Well, I think if you were to have all the sliders and gizmos for any piece of technology or media, for you it's always gonna be, can I make it go faster?
Me personally?
I think so.
Yeah.
So I'm someone who's totally cool with listening to words as they come, where for Nam it's always 1.5 speed, or at least 75% increase in speed. And this is a real difference between us. And so I can imagine, like, I wasn't say about blind folks. I had a blind student some years back, or unsighted student, who would listen to the textbook instead of reading the textbook. And he would listen to a chapter so much faster than even I could understand it. Like, I could tell they were words. I could not process the words in anything other than it's this word, this word, this word, not put it together. It was very, very cool. Very cool to see how I did it.
Yeah. It's amazing how, like, when you hear like a website read.
Yeah.
I think it's also just if you've heard a website read before, if you've heard enough of them read before, I assume you kind of get the flow of it. Like, here's where they're describing the header, here's a sidebar. Okay, I don't have to listen to that. Okay, this is the part I need to listen to. Yeah.
Another ad break is coming because we've been live now for 1 hour and 30 minutes. Enjoy the ads if you're an ad watcher. Back in 3 minutes, we'll just be talking about this and that. We swear we're going to play some games very, very soon.
Yeah, so Blue Moon just talked about heading out for some Beethoven.
Enjoy your Beethoven, my friend.
I know I think that's a thing here in Japan. Is that a thing in other parts of the world? The Ode to Joy being like a year-end thing?
Well, it might be.
Okay.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, I think there are often various kinds of pop concerts, or most favorite composers at the end of the year, because it's a time when more people have the ability to go and listen to these things, as opposed to like random Tuesday night at symphony. But yeah, I don't know. I thought what we were going to say though is some symphonies have begun trying to find ways to include people who can't hear terribly well, by having like different light shows that'll happen, or goggles you can wear that will show certain kinds of images to indicate the feeling of the sound. And I've never seen this, certainly not from the perspective of someone who can't hear it, but I love that. I love the attempt to get more people to enjoy the experience of that kind of music.
I thought you were gonna talk about symphonies that need money and the different antics they're going to try to get. So they play pop music, or it's like, here we're gonna do a Star Wars night, or here there was one symphony that did like a some sort of tie-in with Second City.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, and lots of symphonies now are having pop artists come in. Like Ben Folds, for instance, will occasionally be the artistic director in residence of a symphony, and he'll throw like semi-poppy piano as main focus symphony shows, or I guess orchestra shows, for people who often wouldn't go.
Yeah.
I remember there was a bit of a scandal some years back when the Chicago Symphony Orchestra at Orchestra Hall had Bobby McFerrin come in and do his show with the big orchestra. This is commonly done at the summer show at Ravinia. They do these summer concerts outside, so wonderful. But they had Bobby McFerrin there, leading the crowd in singing inside of Orchestra Hall. And to some of the gray-haired conservatives, this was a complete degradation of what the orchestra hall is meant to be, or symphony hall is meant to be. So yeah. I mean, same kind of thing happens with PDQ Bach. The great Peter Schickele, who performs the lost work of one of Bach's cousins, and they're all sort of silly pieces. I feel kind of sad for him because he's also a serious classical composer, and almost no one plays his classical stuff. But at the same time, they have really funny things that people absolutely love, in which there's like weird instruments added to the orchestra and so on. So cool. The Met now does live cast cinemas worldwide. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've yet to see one of those. Have you?
I haven't either. I thought about going to one, but then I was worried that I didn't know any of the words. But then I heard that it's all subtitled.
Yeah.
And then I also heard that if you go to the actual Met, there's subtitles there.
Absolutely.
I didn't know that. I thought you had to have it all memorized.
Yeah, they have a big screen that will often have both the Italian or German or whatever running, as well as the English translation below. And I think you can enjoy the music for what the music is, but these operas often have like very compelling or funny storylines that if you can't get the words, you kind of lose some of that.
Yeah, or I guess I'm like, oh, I know the vague plot line, because the operas don't tend to have like really intricate plot lines, right? And there's usually like one plot line. It's not like, oh, and there's like 3 subplot lines and everything.
For Broadway, you tend to get that instead.
Yeah, or like my Grey's Anatomy, where there's like 4 or 5 different things going on.
Absolutely.
Per episode.
Yeah, we've talked about trying to see the symphony or the orchestra here, and we haven't done so yet. In part because lots in Japanese, which ties into last night's New Year's show. Had a section of Disney music, and the Disney songs were all sung in Japanese. And you said that the translation is, in some measure, similar to, but importantly different from, the English presentation of these Disney songs.
Yeah, I guess so.
You were mentioning in particular, It's a Small World After All.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I made a joke, right? Because the part where in English it says, it's a small world after all, it's a small world after all, it's a small world after all, it's a small, small world. Same words over and over. In the Japanese, they changed it each time, so each repetition had a different word. So I think it was like, it's a small world, it's a
Then round world.
Yeah, one of them. It's the same world. It's a round world, and it's one world or something, right? But yes, it's baked into the translation of "It's a Small World" that the world is round.
It's great. You need more ways to describe it. 'Cause I think I've never like thought seriously about what "it's a small world after all" means. Like, I know the idiom, but that it is repetitive, I never really noticed.
Because, I noticed that it was repetitive.
Because the melody changes each time through, or at least some of the times through. And we're kind of like, it's a round world. Take that, flat earthers. It's a round world after all.
That's right. All Japanese people know that the world is round. That's the other thing I thought about was because of the education system in Japan. I assume I don't want to say all because I'm sure there's like one guy out there who's gonna prove me wrong, but I feel like flat earthing is not gonna. It would never it wouldn't get any, what's the word, purchase. It wouldn't get a toehold in Japan because I feel like because of the Japanese educational system, people would be like, "What are you talking about?"
I mean, I think part of it is that Japanese folks, on the whole, are less given to conspiratorial thinking. And I don't know why that is, but I've never had a Japanese student here express anything that sounds even vaguely conspiratorial, where my American students do so quite freely. They're at least comfortable discussing the possibility of the man, etc., where maybe the Japanese people might think of it, but my Japanese students don't express it, at least.
I'm trying to remember if the Japanese government has been shady. Because I feel like the American government has been shady a number of times, and so there's enough like truth in it that people believe it, right?
Yeah,
like
I think
Tuskegee and like things like that, where people are like, yeah, the government did lie to people.
Yeah, exactly right. So I think for most folks, the Pentagon Papers and the explicit deception of the Vietnam War was seen at the moment where the government seems to actively deceive people.
Yeah.
Here in Japan, there have been some major scandals, including recently the very close relationship between the major political party, the LDP, and the Reunification Church, or Unification Church of South Korea, with the Moonies, so-called. This has been quite the scandal. A lot of question about to whom is the Japanese government loyal? Is it money, ultimately, in the same way that other countries perhaps are? Or is it the state, in the way that they claim to be? Is it taboo to discuss conspiracies here? I don't know, honestly. But when my American students start talking about, people think we didn't even go to the moon, then the Japanese students just kind of stare at me, and I'll ask, like, have you ever heard this before? They'll say, I think I've seen jokes online, but no. Yeah. And anytime I'm teaching the question of like empirical versus intuitive knowledge, things you can see with your own eyes versus things you just know in some sense, many of my Americans will start talking about flat Earth. That's something you just know, where the Japanese students will say like tradition instead. What I think is an interesting kind of thing. Yeah. You didn't go to the Moon Keeper? Oh, it's true. So this is one of the very few places where I want to like feel like part of humanity writ large. We went to the moon. That we does feel kind of hollow, doesn't it?
Japan is still working on getting to the moon.
Yeah. I mean, India recently had a lander that I think landed but couldn't blast off afterwards.
Or it lost power?
Something like that, indeed. Yeah. I don't know. Resort lives in the screen. Here is my refutation of that.
I also live in this.
Oh no. I mean, this is the same thing as like, how do you prove the external world exists? The world outside your body. You kick something, right? Is therefore thus presumed. Or how do you know that you have a body outside your mind? Well, here is a hand and here's another, right? That kind of thing. A long story there.
And here's another hand.
Many hands.
Yeah.
We good on that one? All talked out? All right, last topic then. We had a nice dinner the other night. And one of the main topics of the dinner was about the Japanese language and Japanese language learning, because the husband who we met has many languages and has been working on learning Japanese.
I didn't want to interrogate him and ask him how many.
Yeah, you worried it was very rude to even ask the man what languages he spoke.
Yeah.
Where for me, I think once someone announces, I speak multiple languages, it's an unfair game to say, what languages? Yeah. Why do you speak these?
And maybe he kind of wanted us to ask, but also didn't like. I think it's I get asked that question a lot, and so maybe I didn't want to put him in the same position.
But you don't tend to announce I speak multiple languages.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's on the border of braggy.
Okay.
I like him a lot. On the border. This is a teeny tiny bit on the
Okay,
border.
I'm like, what is this?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird gesture.
Are
It's
you telling me to go away? Oh, wait, this is Beyonce.
all the single ladies. Actually, no, isn't it?
Hers is the. Wait, yeah.
This is my ring finger. Don't worry. Is
I
it
know.
all the single ladies? All the
How
single
does she
ladies.
do it?
All the single ladies. Okay, I'm not gonna sing anymore. I apologize.
Yeah.
You don't see a problem to ask what language someone speaks. See, I think it's potentially rude in the United States because we all go, I'm monolingual. English, what else do you need? Or I speak American, right? This kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this fella has I don't know his nationality. I have a guess on his nationality, but he's also not white, right? And
true.
so I don't want to be the person that's like, well, you're not white, so what languages do you speak that other than English? And then sometimes with not white people, they say I actually only speak English, but then like to make the assumption that like because you're not white you must speak some other language too.
Yeah.
And then like only white people are the only ones who only speak one
It's also
language.
unfair. Absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think part of it was he said directly, "I speak Mandarin," and I think you felt uncomfortable inquiring about that at all. Is that correct?
Kind of. I didn't want to be like, well, why do you know Mandarin?
And what was my first question? So, why do you speak Mandarin? Like, why did you choose Mandarin? I believe was my question to him. Because...
And he is not East Asian.
He's not East Asian.
He is not East Asian presenting.
I'm comfortable saying he's not East Asian. He's implied his citizenship is British, I believe.
Yeah.
I think he has double citizenship with Britain and I believe India or Pakistan, but not sure.
Yeah.
And so, like, yeah, if someone says, I speak this language in an open way, I think it's totally fair game to say, well, why'd you choose that one?
Yeah.
And if they say, oh, my mother's Chinese, I say, oh, delightful. Now, this may be a case where big old dumb American just kind of, blathering on in. But, yeah, he went to school in Beijing, actually. He went to school in China for his master's.
Oh.
And that's what he said while you were so busy cringing that I asked that question. This is a difference between us, though, I think, in general. Regularly in conversations with non-intimates, I will announce, I'm now going to ask you a rude question. And I just do. And they're not that rude. There's things I'm curious about that one normally wouldn't
Except
ask.
when it was like, well, your child hasn't been speaking to you for a number of months. Has that changed?
I mean, this is
And the answer was, no, child is still not speaking to me.
Yeah, this is a person who we were relatively close with. He had disclosed to us a number of times how things were going with a very hard parent-child relationship. And so he hadn't said anything in a while, and I knew he's the kind of person who would want to be asked. And I think he even said, thank you so much for asking that question. So it's not that I'm like galumping my way into conversations. Like our friend who on first dates will say, why are you still alive, right? As a way of like breaking the ice, good God. Or like, what's the most important fact about you on the first date? Can you imagine? There's some subtlety to it. Yeah. I think I have two modes generally. I have three modes. One is with noms. The second, though, is like profoundly anxious guy who does not ask questions. And the third is we're now close enough. I'll ask you whatever question comes to mind and we'll share freely. That's how this goes generally.
Noms is always somewhere in the middle. Always somewhere in the middle. With my presentation with other people.
In the middle in what sense?
Like, we're gonna pretend that we're all friends here, but I'm still not gonna say anything.
Yeah, the word you've used is cagey.
Yeah.
Cagey.
Yeah.
And I think it's a kind of carefulness and caretaking that I don't know how to do without stopping and really thinking about it. Or for you, I think it comes somewhat naturally. Also, why are we hiding inside of our hood now?
I don't know. I just thought it was fun.
Yeah. I think there's a difference between us, and I like it. I think often after parties, we'll have a conversation about, didn't you want to know this thing? And you'll say, oh, I wanted to know, but I would never ask.
Yeah, it's loaded up for future meetings.
I'm forgetful. That'd be the problem. If I don't ask it right now, I will never think to do so again. Yeah. Noms, how about you tell us about the dinner we actually had? We went to a new Indian place, and we had some food and drinks we'd never had before.
Yeah, I was also very, Are you gonna leave me now?
I made some coffee now.
No, because the thing is, I don't really have much to say, and I feel like you probably have more to say about this dinner. Here, have this mug of something.
This is tepid coffee.
Or how about this mug of something?
There are a variety of glasses here. People in channel will definitely speak with you about whatever. You can just say, hey, what do you want to know? Hey, we want to talk about, and they will make things happen. This is the joy of having an active...
I don't actually have much to say.
That's what you've been gonna say. So what do you want to talk about? And I'll be back in a few minutes, and then we'll say goodbye, and then we'll play video games, and the world will be right once again.
Hi. Okay, so let's see. I was gonna say that I was very I was very touched by their care because they know that we're vegetarian, and so they mentioned that when they were looking for a place, they know that while in India, typically curries are not prepared with broth. In much of Japan, they are prepared with broth, so they called around to find a place that prepared curries without animal broth, and I was like, wow, that's really quite thoughtful. Now, they said that especially where they previously lived in London, they had a lot of friends who are vegetarian and vegan, so they try to be very careful about it, and I think it's just part of their existence that they have people who are vegetarian or vegan, and so they take care about for these things. And so yeah, we went to a place that now we did also share with them that we know that we can't be that particular in Japan. It just makes it way too difficult, and so we do eat like things that probably contain animal broth in them. So yeah, we went to a new place. It is within walking distance. Before we got we were afraid of being late, which meant that we got there about 45 minutes early. So we just went on up the road to a Starbucks. We thought, okay, let's kill like 30 minutes. We had some books with us. Let's kill 30 minutes at a coffee place because it was kind of dark, and it was getting dark, and it wasn't quite cold, but it could be. And so we thought, well, let's go inside for a little bit. So we found that there was a Starbucks up the road, and as as people do in different environments, it's predictable. You know what a Starbucks is going to be. And so we went inside, and it turned out to be what's called a Starbucks Reserve or something. I'm not familiar with these, but there are a few of these in Tokyo, and that's the first one that we've gone to, where it's like Starbucks but fancier, and they have like 4 different kinds of beans that you can choose from, and if you get a coffee, you can get it prepared like 4 different ways. So first you have to choose your bean, and after you choose your bean, you can get it like prepared drip, French press, siphon, or some other method that I hadn't heard of before. So anyway, we spent some time there, and it was really quite nice. We don't really spend time going to coffee shops and reading in them, mostly because they're so crowded here, and we also worry about taking up space. If they're crowded, we feel like, okay, if we go in and we finish our drink, then we should go, because there are people who we know are waiting in line. That said, I've also seen it written in various places that like you pay for your spot or your usage of the place by buying a drink. And you know, because it's a Starbucks Reserve or whatever, they are not cheap. They cost like 600 yen for a fairly normal coffee. So maybe we did pay for our time there in the Starbucks Reserve. Oh, you have them in Denver and in Vancouver. Okay, so yeah, many of you who live in larger cities are familiar with these Starbucks Reserves, a bespoke Starbucks. Yeah, there's a big one over in Meguro, and it's like a big old building, and I always see people out in front taking pictures of it because it's architecturally interesting too, I think. We haven't been to that one. Anyway, so yeah, I haven't even gotten to the Indian restaurant. I'm still at the Starbucks.
I have nothing to talk about, says Knobs.
Yeah, and then so we found some seats in there, and then the seats are kind of crammed in, and they're kind of crammed in different places. So where we were sitting, there was a woman sitting directly like in front of us, but not facing us because she was at like around a coffee table. So I could probably look over her shoulder and see what she's doing on her phone if I wanted to.
Would you like MS Paint open so we can draw pictures?
Of what?
This,
Oh, no, it's fine, it's fine.
In that case, would you be interested in having an iPad so you can draw what's happening and it appears on screen?
Maybe.
Wouldn't that be great?
I mean, I did remember that I need to buy myself an Apple TV, probably.
Maybe you should get an iPad while you're at it too.
Maybe so. I mean, we went to Book Off yesterday, and you might have noticed that they sell refurb or just reused iPads.
Oh, I actually didn't see that. I actually did not see
Yeah,
that.
they're in the cases.
Oh, that said, I did purchase I did purchase a book that many of you recommended to me. The Name of the Wind. It's one I've been recommended over and over since my first year of streaming, and so I finally got it, and I will read it one of these days.
Unfortunately, I keep making fun of the title.
Yeah, you make it as flat
because I'm puerile.
You're puerile indeed, and yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you got a first-time chatter.
Hello to you, Rise Next. Why do I wear suits? A distinctive way of being on Twitch, something that people don't ordinarily do, and I don't mind them at all. So I tend to wear this thing all the way.
You should sing that song from...
Because nothing suits me like a suit.
Yeah, but you have to sing it like Neil Patrick Harris.
He's a tenor, and I'm just not. Any crosswords yet? Antiviral? No. We've been live for almost 2 hours.
Really?
We've done nothing but blah, 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 blah.
Oh, boy.
In the Crusader Kings III directory. This is where we belong.
Oh, boy. And we haven't even gotten to the Indian restaurant yet.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, so that reserve was nice. I don't know if we would go back or go to a different one. The Starbucks here are incredibly popular. And people kind of hang out in them, I think. We didn't really go to Starbucks in the States, so I think I'm kind of allergic to them a little bit, but it was nice. It was nice. It was a nice time. They had the heat cranked, so it was nice and toasty.
Yeah, I had to take off multiple layers to be comfortable there.
Yeah.
Which is true also on the train. The minute I walk onto the train in Japan, the temperature changes by many degrees, and so I'll be cold outside, have my coat on, and my cardigan, and my dress shirt, etc. And then I will walk in and have to take off the top 2 layers.
Yeah, because you start sweating.
I do start sweating.
And that's a nice transition to our Indian dinner, because the folks that we met with, they had on multiple sweaters, and they would take them on or off during dinner as they got colder or warmer.
Yeah.
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 I never wear multiple sweaters. Should I start doing this?
Yeah, he had, at least the fellow had on a cardigan, and then also I don't know what it's even called, a jumper, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were you here the day that we went on a deep dive into the difference between different kinds of sweater words, like sweatshirt and jumper and so on?
Yeah, well, no, I wasn't here, but I was thinking about this the other day because we were talking to that man about his sweatshirt that was from Nebraska.
That's right.
And I was like, what? Oh, go ahead.
Alsdale, good seeing you. Have a nice day. Have a nice lurk. And happy long-distance family virtual reality mini golf.
Oh, wow.
That sounds amazing.
Oh, I like mini golf.
Cool.
Oh, yeah, so I was asking, I was thinking about the word for sweatshirt in Japanese. And what came to mind was, I was like, oh, there's a specialized word for sweatshirt. What is it? And then it was like, oh no, the specialized word for sweatshirt might be in German. But then now that I'm thinking about it, it might just be a word for sweater. Pulli?
I mean, it's like a pullover.
Is a pullover.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's specifically for sweatshirts or for sweaters too. But yeah. Yeah.
So they did a good job of changing degree of covering during a meal. I would never do this. I take off my coat when I sit down, and then whatever I'm wearing all the way through.
I do that too, but it maybe usually I end up being uncomfortable. And maybe I just need to be like, I don't want to be uncomfortable. I am going to take a layer off now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Hello, Emo Like Bird. Happy New Year's to you also. It is definitely about noon or 11:30 now on New Year's Day here. What my favorite thing that happened in 2023? Oh gosh, my favorite thing in a whole year. I have no idea. I'll need to get back to you on that one. Because nothing immediately comes to mind as like really standing out. And that said, while I was getting coffee a minute ago, I pulled up the old Wrexham forum, and 2 of the best players on Wrexham have signed through 2027. That's the best thing to happen in 2024. Elliot Lee and Paul Mullen, 2027. How great is that?
I thought it might be the nice bagel you had for breakfast.
I did have a good bagel for breakfast also. So Puri is apparently German for pullover.
Okay, yeah, because I saw that 2 people said, I don't know that as a German word, and I thought, oh no, I've been taught fake German by my Kontakte book.
Thank you all for cheering for Paul Mullen and Elliot Lee. I know many of you do not watch football, but it makes me happy. So, man, 2023, I'm going to think about that while you're continuing talking about restaurant time, if you don't mind.
I'm trying to read Sakutera's something you can unbutton or zip open. Yeah. That might be nice, yeah. Instead of like a pull over. It could be.
So Noms and I still have not done our year in review card. I mentioned before that we all tend to, all of us over here, the people in this room, tend to do a year in review card every year. And so we haven't done that yet, so I haven't really thought through the year yet. I'm still stuck on the what's the best. It's hard to pick out just one thing.
I thought we were talking about Indian food.
We are. We're thinking about. Please continue. Indian food.
Yeah, I got confused because I thought we were on the track of we were talking through the other night and we had some nice Indian food, and so we got to the Indian restaurant, and then we had Riz and I had a not a long but a substantial discussion about. They had a little sandwich board outside that listed the menu, and we were like, oh, what are you gonna get? And then they have set meals, and then they also had like individual dishes, and so Riz was like, oh, well, maybe he said, whatever, regardless of what anybody is having, I am having the saag paneer. And I said, well, I'll have if maybe I'll do a set meal if they don't want to share like rice and bread, but if they do want to share, then maybe I'll get like a regular dish. And then Riz was like, I am having the saag paneer, and I said, well, maybe they don't want to share sides and stuff.
And then I said,
then you said what? You would get your own, and that's okay?
No. We'll get to that in a moment. I said they're both leftists. Solidarity forever.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I guaranteed that they would want to share the food. And actually, they want even one better than us.
Yeah. But I just wanted to point out that I was trying to be considerate and think about the different options, and that I had prepared myself to pivot depending on what they decided. Whereas you're like, I am having saag paneer.
I think that's a fair thing to do. I mean, if you go to like a family-style restaurant where it's expected that you share things, sure, I'm always going to say let's get a variety of things, including the thing I want. But I definitely want saag paneer, and so I said we're going to get saag paneer.
Yeah.
And they agreed.
Well, the nice thing is that they immediately were like, well, is it okay if we just get a bunch of dishes and we can all just share them? And that was lovely.
And what did we get?
Saag paneer was definitely one of them.
Frabjous Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, saag paneer is my go-to dish at Indian restaurants. It's very, very tasty, very consistent, and I like spinach in that form because it's all gussied up.
Yeah, I think nobody was quite sure about anybody else's hotness levels, so we ended up with like quite a bit milder than I think any of us wanted. But there we are.
I think that's a good thing to do because different people's understanding of, I like medium heat, they can be radically different. Yeah. So it was good. It was good. Yeah, and we.
We still need to go to Ethiopian.
We do.
I read Stun's comment about table sharing food. I don't have my glasses on; they're upstairs.
And even if you had them on, you still have to look close.
I don't
We still got to get new glasses for Noms. Got to come.
We still have to do that. Not just for me, for you. Yeah, I think your situation is worse.
So
than
mine
mine
are actively peeling apart here. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh gosh.
But they're actively peeling apart, where Noms are just not functional glasses anymore.
Well, they do function. I just am also farsighted now.
That's how it goes.
So I need bifocals.
Getting old, no fun.
Yeah.
Yep, how it goes. I have one more thing to say about sharing food in Ethiopia and saag paneer, and this part was absolutely ridiculous. So the Indian restaurant we went to, or go to normally, if you order multiple pieces of bread, multiple pieces of naan, they pile them together inside of one basket. These people gave you a separate basket for every naan. And because there were 4 of us, we had 3 bags of naan, all these gigantic
And
baskets.
one basket of parati, yeah.
And prati also. And so with just the bread stuff, our table felt basically full to me already.
Yeah.
And then we had to also put in all of our little curries and an appetizer, and it was kind of silly how full the table was. And yeah, that's the story.
Yeah. But the guy did all the ordering. You asked him, you said, would you be up for ordering for all of us?
Because he seemed to be acting as if you were going to do so.
Yeah.
He asked you in particular question of, would you like X? In a way that sounded like he wanted to order for everyone, as opposed to you will then order that thing yourself. It was a drink maybe, or something where it's very obvious one would normally order it themselves. Yeah. And yeah, he ordered competently.
Yeah. And in Japanese.
That's right. That's right. I think I could order. I think this is the kind of Japanese I feel comfortable with. Saying the words, I'd like this and this and this and this, and for drinks, this and this and this. Yeah, sound good.
Yeah.
But he did that, and then started a great conversation in which I said, like, you seem confident in your Japanese. And he then talked about how his current job is studying 4 hours of Japanese a day. And then I felt ashamed of myself. And I've been good. I feel like a half hour or so every day for the past week and a half.
He also mentioned that he's been doing this kind of intensively for 6 months.
Sure.
And he just passed the N2.
Yeah, which is absurd.
Yeah,
Because the
it
N2
was
is the
like-
second from highest language exam for language learners.
And it's the N2 is what you need to, for like most Japanese jobs will require N2 competency if you're not Japanese.
Yep.
And so yeah, I was like, wow, that's really fast in 6 months. And then we learned that he actually knows Chinese already.
That he's fluent in Mandarin Chinese, so he knows the
He already
entire
knows the-
written language.
Yeah, he already knows the characters.
And that is a
yeah.
profound leg up.
Yeah,
And he also has many of the correct vowel sounds already sorted. So.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is how I could have gotten into the. I think I did think about phonemes at one point in time, and this is how I could have gotten into the how many, like, tell me about the different languages you speak.
Yeah.
Because I am curious to know how many phonemes he's got preloaded. But I guess his wife said that he had lived in several different areas in England too,
Yeah.
or in Britain, and as a result of that, his vowels are a little bit inconsistent. So that's what also led me to wonder whether he might have more available phonemes for deployment in Japanese.
That's very helpful.
Yeah.
But of course, you can then choose incorrectly on your wide
Yeah.
variety of phonemes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Luckily, I've got just my one set, and it's absolutely wrong.
Your one set is a little bit squishy.
That's how it goes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
What else? What else?
I think that's largely it. We had a nice time. Talked about this and that. We learned about
Oh,
Barbados, where I lived for 6 months.
Yeah. Oh, and I also learned about a Japanese exam that I need to start taking.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. So the fella recommended. He said for people like you who are heritage speakers, I often recommend this kanji test as a method of studying because it's for all It's for Japanese people.
Would you say they compulsorily do this exam?
It's not compulsory.
Oh, so I thought elementary school was compulsory. It's not.
It's not compulsory.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
It's kind of like the Japanese equivalent of a spelling bee, except it's a kanji test. So yeah, the like little kids at the level 10 is the easiest level, 1 is the hardest level, and level 10 tests like first grade level of kanji. But yeah, so kids can choose to take them for fun, and because it's for native Japanese children, and I like level 1 is basically like very high level, and adults take it. It's very specialized terminology that you don't usually see. So it's a Japanese kanji test for all ages. But because it's meant for Japanese people and some of them are children, the tests are really quite affordable and the test materials are really affordable. Unlike JLPT, which is exclusively for a foreign audience.
It's kind of pricey.
Yeah, I think the tests are pricey and there aren't as many study materials, and so as a result of that, they're also pricier.
Yeah. So you said you're working on level 10, which
I'm
is
going to
lowest
start
right now.
at level 10.
Yeah, Hank's asking where would I rank? Level 38 or so, I think. I have some kanji, and I'm getting better at noticing them at least and seeing the commonality, but
Yeah, some
it's
people
hard.
who are foreigners will still do JLPT through N2,
Yeah.
and then they'll switch over to what's called the kanji kente test or kanken test, and they'll start at like level 7 then because of the number of kanji they already know because of the JLPT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as of right now, my language skills are not where they should be, but we're working on it. We're getting better. I've advanced to a new series of words and ideas in Duolingo, which is all I ever want. So that is how you spell kanji, Keeper. And yeah, kanji is the Chinese character set that was imported to Japan to give them a way of more concisely explaining words and ideas. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
All talked out?
Yeah, I think so. Well, the thing to say about kanji in Japan are, the fellow told us, like, in Chinese, the character, there's only one way to read it. Whereas in Japanese, there's like 5 or 6 different ways that you might actually read a given character, depending on its context.
Yeah, and then also the meanings are radically different at times.
Yeah,
and it's very confusing to little old me, because I'll say, I see a kanji I know. That kanji means birthday. And I'll say, nope, it means fire engine. And I go, tricked again.
No, it means raw.
Yeah, it means raw, exactly right. And it's just, it is a fun language to learn, though at the same time it has a lot of traps and tricks for Japanese folks, or for non-Japanese folks.
And also for Japanese folks, yeah. The thing about the Kanken test is that even the average Japanese person does, like, I think they say that they pass, like 80% of Japanese people can pass level 7, which is to say that 20% of the Japanese population cannot pass, like, middle school level of kanji.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a large portion of native English speakers who can't read above 4th grade, I think.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, fine. If you
You
get
don't
around the
need it.
world is okay. Definitely you're not be working in certain specialized jobs, but it's all good.
Yeah, and maybe that is hopeful for you. Like, even the average Japanese person out there. I mean, there was this incident that happened maybe a couple years ago now where a bunch of native Japanese people were looking at, like, a story that was published in, it was the Japanese equivalent of the Chronicle of Higher Education or something, right? Like, something was published and they're like, oh, man, look at that. And then one of them said, oh, how do you read that? And then one of the people who were there was a professor of Japanese. And she said, oh, yeah, that kanji, I'm not sure. And then they're like, look, even the Japanese teacher doesn't know how to read that kanji.
Yeah, a lot of characters. There's a set of, 2,400 or so?
Yeah, 2,136 or
this
something.
The standard set, these are the ones that are almost used in newspapers. If you can read those, you can read anything. And if you want to use another one, you have to spell it out more carefully. But
But even, like, a lot of Japanese people don't even have those 2,000 under good control.
Yep, that's how it goes. Lot to learn. And yeah, as I've mentioned a number of times, my issue is not that can I get around the world in my Japanese. It's can I express myself. And as I said before,
That's a very high bar.
I'm aware. It's just, I feel like I can do, like, the very, very, very basics right now. Again, restaurant Japanese. But when it comes to, like, I have so much want to be able to argue about political philosophy in Japanese. And I realize that will never, ever happen. So that's okay.
Yeah, I can't do my field in Japanese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, luckily your field's probably all just English words with "u" at the end.
Or I don't know. Maybe it's in German. I don't know what the classicists do here.
Who knows? I expect German is correct on that one because so much philology, as you know, was German early. So yeah.
Well, good thing I have some German.
Good job.
I think my Japanese is better than my German, though.
I can get a haircut and order sag paneer. What more do you possibly want? You are correct about that. I should probably set some new goal. Like, by the end of this year, I should be able to do X. Nothing crazy, just like, I don't know. I want to say go to City Hall and have a conversation in Japanese about tax forms or something.
That's pretty specialized.
Yeah, it is. Maybe never mind. Hello, Seaman. Hello, all of you. We're ending talk time in just a moment here, heading to game time. Many of you came in during talk time and didn't get a hello, so thanks for hanging out with us today on this lovely New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. Is it New Year's yet in the United States? Has the Eastern time zone gone that yet?
Is it?
It's 11:35 right now.
No, it's still 8:30.
Is it really that early still?
No, 9:30.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are any of you planning to stay up till midnight? I know when I was in the U.S., I gave up on that a very, very long time ago. stay up till midnight. But you stay up till midnight, watching the ball drop, having a little New Year's champagne maybe, or just go and sleep at 9:30 like I like to do.
Yesterday we were up until
we were up till midnight because we were watching the film.
Yeah.
Yeah, the film was definitely compelling enough to keep the hours going by. Yeah, it's a nice little midnight moment.
Do you remember how I came in today into your stream?
I do not recall you came to stream.
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, right. You were singing the national anthem of the United States.
That was pretty funny.
It was pretty funny. I mean, it was.
Maybe that's how I should make my entrance everywhere. I go into the kombini, the door slides open, and the people say "Irashaimase," and I go bam, 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 bam.
They will never again worry that you're a Japanese person who can't speak Japanese well. That's how it goes. Anyway, Noms, it was nice talking with you today. I hope you have a good rest of the morning. I know you're off to do some yoga this afternoon.
I've changed my mind on that because it's like 11:30 now, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
No. Okay, I'm gonna stream till about 1 o'clock, maybe a little later. We'll see.
Okay.
Maybe next time when you ram into me in the stream room and push me out the way, you could be singing the national anthem of Japan.
No, I don't know that one very well.
Dun, dun, dun. It just keeps going.
It's in like some but it's also in like a minor-ish key. It's not in a standard Western key, so it's harder for me to remember because I was raised in the West.
But it's like about nature and about the emperor never losing his throne and the moss growing.
We don't know if it's the emperor or the country.
It's one of these delightful, ambiguous moments that MacArthur didn't stamp out entirely. So, yeah, I mean, my students still talk about the emperor like he's quasi-divine. And like, if he falls, Japan falls. And they're young people learning in English, so that's ridiculous to me. But how it goes.
Maybe the Marseillaise next time. That's another like loud one.
I do appreciate how what you bring to the channel is loud. That's good.
Well, I've been told I'm too quiet.
Yeah, it's true. When you're talking, when you're puzzling things out on stream, you'll occasionally go, well, I just don't quite know. But quieter than that, indeed. So.
Chance of Sonar.
Chance of Sonar, indeed.
Yeah.
Noms, always a pleasure. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Would you like some coffee?
Yeah, sure. Where's it?
Actually, that large mug there has some coffee. You want to drink it?
Oh, thank you.
Are you actually drinking my coffee?
No. It's warm.
It is warm. All right, friends, the time for talking has ended. It's time for us to actually do the thing we're here to do, which is play some Crusader Kings III. And as stream began today, I said to myself, we're going to figure out together what our playthrough goals should be. I want to do this based on an achievement, though I have no idea which one we're going to do. Last time we went from achievements of having 10 simultaneous lovers, which is definitely what I don't normally do. Our goal was then to be assassinated, or an assassination attempt rather, stopped by one of our lovers. The king was assassinated, but not by his lover, unfortunately, and so we didn't get that achievement. Maybe some other time.
That woman is dressed like a Japanese person. She has like multiple layers on. She has like a cloak, and under that she has like a long vest, and under that she has like a long dress.
Yes, these are Norse people who are ruling over Flanders, I believe, or maybe the Netherlands. So that's how it goes.
And their baby is on the floor.
Francis, you're absolutely right. The lover needs to save you, not kill you. But it's like that. Hey, game merchant, little babby air down there, down next to Noms.
Aren't they cold?
Sitting on the floor that way?
Yeah.
I don't know. The fire off screen, don't you worry. All right, so let's see
I'm gonna go have a bagel now.
Hey, bye, Noms. I thought she would never leave. Bye, Noms.
Bye.
All right, so the very easy ones should be, very easy. So I guess the question for today is, do you have a preference to see an attempt to get many, many, many of the very easy achievements? Or should we start a real playthrough, head in the direction of one of the very hard ones, and see what we can get on the way? Because these very easy ones, I'll need to explicitly be thinking about. The top one here of starting your own witch family must be dealt with before your family gets too big. So I'm considering launching just a playthrough, get this done, and then move on to the next one, etc. SPQR, go for Roman Empire. I think we've already done that. I think we've already done Roman Empire. Yeah, it doesn't appear down here in the very hard ones. If we do it unlocked, I think it is unlocked already. Yep, Rise from the Ashes, restore the Roman Empire, done. Are there options of doing the easy ones and working with the hard ones? I tend to always go the other direction because, for example, if we go for, stay as a North Germanic Austrian, etc., going for witches, we're then kind of locked into witch play for a while, which would potentially make other goals harder. I tend to say, like, okay, let's try to go for Cretan rule Valencia as an heir to El Cid, and then say, on the way, what can we get, right? Go the other direction. But I don't know. All right, I've decided we're going to do a couple of the easy ones first. So let me see what we can do simultaneously. I want to try for witches first, I guess. Let me go and make the bot command correct. That says I don't know what my goal is. I've chosen a purpose in life. So just going for easier achievements. Witches first. 100 runestones is so stupid. As I mentioned before, that they call 100 runestones easy is so silly. What else can we do? As a character of faith with jizya or tax non-believers, that's Islamic, I believe. Iberian struggle, no luck. As a character of faith with the Fedayeen, again, Islamic. I just don't know these at all, unfortunately. All right, have a child with inbred. So witches, then inbred, good. Those are the two goals for here. Or we can start with North Germanic and convert Islamic faith and convert all of Russia to Islamic faith. You know what? Sure. Going for achievements, this will be the big goal here. So Vladimir's second choice is real goal. All right, we got some things to do. Maybe once we go to Islamic faith, we are then able to attempt to knock out this one, and then some of the other Islamic ones as well. We'll see. All right. Want something random? Pick a number and try that achievement too. We'll see. How is witches easy? You do it at the very beginning. You find a witch as early as you possibly can, convert to that, and then make sure most of your family is that also. Now, the initial conversion. Do I remember how to do the initial conversion? Anyone can remind me? Is it just have a witch with you and hope they fire the convert your person, or is it like find a witch with a secret who's a witch, and then talk to them about it or something? I can't remember how to make witching happen. We'll figure it out though. All right, so we have to be Northern Austrian first for all of these. So to the wrath of the Northmen. No, better yet, to be our own ruler like no one ever was. And you know exactly where we're going, don't you? I know where we're going. We'll see. Maybe learning lifestyle also. Is there a witch chance in learning? I'm not sure if there is. We'll see. All right. Oh, isn't there also a Filka? There's an achievement for... Where is it? Cannot see achievements from here. I think there's some, like, nobody goes to Filka or something, and you have to diverge Filkian culture. I have no idea where it actually is. I think it's up this way, though. You marry a witch in the family and wait for them to stop by. Okay, good to know, thank you. So we'll try to do that. I actually don't know what that place is. We'll figure out another time. For now, though, we are going to begin right here, right now. There's a no one goes to Filka challenge. So where is it? Do you have any idea where Filka actually is? And can I search for it? No, that's search for people. No, the search for places button appears not to work. So we'll begin the standard position. Here we are. Let's see what we can do here. Normal game rules, achievements are possible. Here we go. The family Stenbock rises up once more again. Welcome to the world of Warcraft. Hey, we have a daughter. How exciting. So, are we married? No. But we have a daughter anyway, who is 0 years old. Oh, we are married. I apologize. Alright, so is it literally today she's born? 1 January 867. Why? Why is she born on the first day of this thing? Anyway, no problems at all. So, goal number 1, find ye a witch. The problem is, of course, is that we don't have anyone to marry off right now. This is probably a pretty bad start for this one. Other thing to do could be marry a witch into our court generally. So let's look at our knights and see which among them are unmarried. Okay, I need to find you a witch. Witch. Is anyone publicly a witch? No. No, they're not. Well then, we could send our spy master out looking for witches in our territory. There probably aren't any. Oh, this is always the problem, right? Very early game, there are no women in existence, or there are very, very few of them. So, being publicly a witch is an immediate death sentence. But isn't it the case that it's like a noble thing in our religion? Maybe? Witchcraft. Criminal! Never mind. Well, alright, so this is me spy straight away then. So Spy Master has a 2. That's pretty darn bad. Who is better at the stabbing? Tolsti, our marshal. Do we have someone who's free and not currently doing martiality? We do. So Asta, you're off the court. Sorry. And then martial person will make into Tolsti. Or sorry, Thithermunder. There we go. Alright, and that's our Chancellor. We then dance off the Chancellor. Frothy, you go there. Is that a mistake? It's a 1-point mistake, that's fine. Alright, our Githia does not currently support us, so we'll go ahead and sway her briefly. I'm trying to remember how this playthrough starts. I think we always head down to Metal Pod first. Yeah, we have a few more troops than they do. We're playing Viking Tribal. I know we can raid for money. We can also find some way to use Viking hordes eventually. But for now, we're just a count. Silly pseudonym! Thank you for the resub, friend. Happy New Year. Hope the New Year's kind for everyone. For you also. It's a generous thing to say. Thank you for being with us for sure. And yeah, I appreciate that. All right, so if we want to be a witch, apostasy changes faiths more easily. Witchcraft is not a faith, though. Theologian is like support your own faith, etc. I'm going to do once in a lifetime reset. 50 stress, not too bad. We're then going to go down whole of body first, just to stay alive and have a good time. And we'll take the big learning increase for now, I suppose. All right, we want to lower stress gain. And that's all we can do for now. A fine start. Okay, we unpause the game. Things are just getting started. So I guess I want to bring random women into the court. So I think men can also be witches. So marry everybody off we can straight away. And so I want to find you a spouse who is, I don't know, are there any traits that make people more likely to be witches? Are people who are intelligent more likely to be into strange things, or is it just pick random people and hope for the best? All right, you come along, and then you, my friend, you're going to marry, I don't know, there's a nice albino lady. Albinism might be a relationship to witchcraft at this point. Hello, Phragus. Devoutly religious is pretty bad. I'd agree with that. That seems like one not to go for. Other than that, though, who else we got? Bjorg, you're callous and such. I like it. Down below, we got you. Oh, everyone here is unmarried already. All these people in their mid-30s. How on earth are you all unmarried? Lustful, sure, why not? Our steward, then. Already did him. Toasty. Mighty toasty this. And lastly, Frothy, a coward. If they're wearing hoods, or if they have people around them looking like newts, perhaps that's a good way to go for sure. Alright, good selections, those. Your pinnacle of witchdom was converting the Pope. The things that happen in this game. The things. Hey, Gachapon, Happy New Year to you also, my friend. Good to have you with us. Alright, who else is in the court who is unmarried? So in my realms it is looking for people who are not married. Marital status, unmarried. Hello, ladies! Ladies, it is time to find you matrilineal folks. I think we don't look for women who are witches. Any here? How about people who are infertile? Genuinely, no one's an open witch right now. Not a single one. So, you, my friend, come along. Hey, Pudamond, happy Lark to you. Happy New Year's to you also. Matrilineal marriage again. This is absolutely loading up the court. Oh, I should do the cheesy thing. Again, when we're going for achievements, I do not mind cheesing my way into good nights. If we're instead not doing so, not being cheesy, we're okay. Jay Campbell, Happy New Year to you also in the UK. Man, so many lovely people coming by and wishing the Happy New Year. Thank you to every single one of you. Alright, people come flying from all over the world into our territory. Tribal holdings are 75 money, so we probably do want to go a raiding pretty quick-like here. We use prestige to get ourselves higher levels of men-at-arms, or just get men-at-arms at all, instead of using money for that purpose. Buildings, though, are still, cash money to build. So, time for early raiding. We could raid the neighbors here. Let's see who's nearby and has some cash money. So, show me your economy. Well, number one, the place that wishes to be Sweden someday is pretty strong. How large is your military? Big enough. That said, as I always forget, he's involved in an invasion of Northumberland. So can I sneak into the neighbor's house and get some money while he's out doing his shopping? Let's see. Time to become proper Vikings. That's the wrong button. I pushed raise men-at-arms. Meant to do instead raise raiders. Cool. So our entire army is raised right now. And we'll see how this goes. Possibly poorly. We have a commander who is a reaver, so faster raiding. I want to use myself, though, until we become a proper Vikings first. Okay. I am considering spying on someone else, trying to find witches. But yeah, finding a witch early is probably the hard part of this playthrough. And I guess we can look through the entire world for witches consistently. There's like anybody in the whole world who is a witch. Oops. Witch, please? Even people of different faiths are fine. Okay, there are witches. They're hostile to me. I should have looked for this before I did anything else. I may have to do some divorces, friends. The problem is they may not accept matrilineal marriages. I do think they're criminals. I can have criminals in my territory. They don't like me terribly. The issue is, does the faith make them completely against marrying to my court? I don't think so. So we want to recruit some folks as fast as we possibly can. I think. Oh, and they immediately come and raid my home. What? I can't possibly fight this group off. So do we go back and try to fight them off? They have 5 knights, I have 6 knights. They're mostly basic dudes, so let's trust our men-at-arms group to go fight this. We will surely die. Who recently disembarked. Alright, we're ignoring that we're being raided. My king is not home, he'll be fine. Yas King. Raiding us. Everyone is going a raiding everywhere. We went for the big prize first. Please stop. My courtier Bowie was killed there. Good old Bowie was killed. That's alright. The family was not. Okay. County control is kind of low. I'm back up again. We're currently swaying our... Yeah, we're currently swaying our leader of the faith, Gidji, I believe. Also, I forgot to place my men-at-arms. As a raise, you can't do that, though. So a slight penalty on their fighting and moving, but a successful raid. Do we get some kidnapped people? We do not. We have 34 money, though. We're half full already. I think I'm gonna march my way through Upland as their people are elsewhere. Hey, our wife is pregnant! Fabulous day! Hope that our first son comes along soon. Rise asks, will I run for president? I am old enough to do so, but I live in the wrong country, so probably not. Alright, more sieging, more sieging. And are you all still losing your war? Let's see. They're all still losing their war in Northumbria. They're being raided at home also. It's terrible. Alright, friends, we now have ourselves a ad break. The first gaming ad break of the day. During the ad break, we will not be playing our game. Instead, we're going to do a little bit of a thing called the crossword puzzle. And I have so many non-completed crossword puzzles from last week, including some likely easy ones. So we'll start with the ones we've not finished yet and then come back around. So welcome to the Friday puzzle, December 29th, 2023 in news and politics. If you are someone who does not want to hear about politics, I apologize. We'll see how this goes. A hideaway could be a cave, we'll see. Yogurt-based drink could be kefir, I think. Hideaway then could be a verb also, like keep maybe, which is also a hideaway in some sense. So kefir does not fit, never mind. On we go. Place for padlocks. Places for padlocks. Rasps or hasps. I think hasps actually are the kind of loop that a padlock goes through. Blah, 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 briefly, etc. Blank vostra salutes. Or salute. Italian toast. No idea. Serve. So serving is what happens in tennis. It could be wait on also. Let's try that. V for Vendetta, actor Steven. I have no idea. Georgia protest movement from which dozens of activists were charged with racketeering in a move condemned by the ACLU in September of 2023. Okay, so Georgia protest movement where activists were charged with racketeering condemned by the ACLU. The ACLU supports everyone who has civil liberties being harmed. The famous example is that they represented the Ku Klux Klan when they marched on a large Jewish population in Skokie, Illinois. So there's no political valence here that comes to mind. So yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. Blanks and outs, probably ins and outs. Congressman who's expelled from the House of Representatives following a months-long ethics investigation. This is, oh gosh, what's his name? Oh, this is the problem with not being in the American news cycle anymore. He's from New York. He lies about everything. His name is George Santos, or Santos. Good. Poetic adverb. Possibly air or something? Not sure. What's the down? A wide necktie is an ascot. Okay, so it could be or instead, like over. Is that an adverb though? Probably not. Clear sells target. It clears up acne, I believe. Initialism for a landmark 2022 law or a type of savings plan. The IRA, individual Roth account? No, that's not it. Individual retirement account. There we go. Something to talk about. Singer Bonnie. Rate. Scottish slopes are the moors, I believe. Supermodel Agnes. No idea. Barrels along. So that could be to move quickly or speedily. Not sure. Church section. A row, an aisle, a pew. The apse, I believe, is the front section where the like a little inlay apps. 1999 film which Alanis Morissette plays God. Dogma. Egypt was troubled by the horrible blank. REM lyric. Egypt was troubled by the horrible. No idea. Moniker for a period of widespread labor activism that began with the WGA walkout. So that's the Writers Guild of America. That happened in Hollywood. I do not know a moniker though. What's the down here? Fish and Pokeballs, the Ahi. Evelyn Axel or Andy Warhol. Pop artist, I believe? No. Pop something though. Some down ballot electees informally. The Sluice. No idea. So probably Hollywood something. Is this the Hollywood strike? Sure, why not? Beer style with West Coast and New England varieties. Maybe the Indian Pale Ale? Book of Shadows Religion. Is this Wicca? I have no idea. Low pair in Texas Hold'em. Ooh, so it'd be twos, because there are no ones. I think aces can count as high. Aces are high, of course. Huh. Low pair's twos. I gotta say I'm a little bummed about not being Hollywood. Two more. Blank Grande could be Ari Grande or Rio Grande. So I in the middle in both cases. Let's go ahead and do just the O here. The Thunder on scoreboards. Are the Orlando Magic now called the Orlando Thunder? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Okay, enough for now. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out during the ad break. Call it an okie dokie start and see what comes in an hour or so. For now, what comes is the ongoing sieging. All right, with that, we should be almost full on money. We can siege one more place for 7 money here. Hopefully, as we take over these tribes, we'll kidnap somebody, and then we'll head back on home again. And we haven't yet gotten the Raider perk, or the Viking perk. I don't know how many raids we'll must do in leadership before then. We are being attacked now. So unfortunately, when one is playing as Vikings, you are locked into position. We might win this video game. We might win. Alright, I'm changing to the strongest possible commander. You there, forward you go. You there, what's your name? Your name is Olivier. Olivier, the finest leader, might actually overcome superior numbers. It depends entirely on in what order my champions die versus their champions. Oh, it's a close one! Hissinger has been wounded. The injury runs deep. He's actually severely wounded there. And, yeah, we don't have a doctor, unfortunately. We may still win this thing. It's very, very close. So, are you locked into position when raiding? I think so. Excuse me. I believe you are locked in position while raiding. You can't get away at once. It's the best possible physician. Apparently you, lady. Good luck and Godspeed. Oh, it's happening! It's happening! Excuse me. With one person on the field still, somehow we win. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Now, unfortunately, because of the people who died there, we were carrying more money than we're allowed to be carrying. I believe if we just walk straight home, we're fine. I believe we're going to keep the money as long as we do not get caught out and destroyed. Also, sorry for the coughing fit suddenly. I usually remember to mute on that one. From that victory, we get 94 prestige, which is more than enough to go ahead and upgrade our military. So, we can make a 3rd regiment if we want to, of whatever we want. We probably want folks who are good in the mountains. This area is relatively mountainous up this way, I believe. Along the coast, though, is Taiga. And Taiga is not listed for those. Vigman, where are you good? Farmlands, Plains, Taiga, also good in the winter. We have one group of that already. Oh, the Varangians. The Varangians! The Varangians who have gone off to Constantinople. They cost quite a bit of prestige, but you know what? Bring me a group of Varangians, the fiercest men in all the world. The true Viking forces. Yeah, and you're not locked on raiding as long as you don't start sieging. You can pass through with no problems. We can declare wars. We may eventually... Wait, one person has 23 dudes? The neighbors lost their army? Oh, it's not Varangians, it's Varangians? I'm sorry, what? I've been saying Varangians the entire time I've played this game. I have 793 hours in this game, and no one has ever said I'm pronouncing that word incorrectly. Have you all been letting me say the word wrong for almost 800 hours? Good. Thank you for the help, Rise. I'll now call them the V Warriors. V for Viking, V for Victory, V for whatever those people are called. Mayor has given us a new daughter. You say with hard G also? Well, who knows. Now, we can look it up. Give me a second. Let's go over to our good friend, the Google machine, and see this word pronunciation. Break the word down to sounds. The ran G un. Okay, that says it's British English. How about in American English? What do they call themselves? The ran G un. Oh, this is embarrassing. We learned an important lesson. Yeah, definitely the IPA there is Varangian also. Varangians. Well, thank you, Rise, for having some knowledge that none of us knew. We've learned something important today. It's a nice thing, and thank you for helping me. 800 hours. Little Jolrun here. Little Jolrun's all grown up, existing in the world now. A totally average daughter. We're glad that you're here for sure. Huh. Biggest lesson of 2024, it's absolutely true. And we brought the money back. We can't put our troops away right now because there's enemies too close by. So hopefully they go away. They're not. Alright, in that case, once they lock in, I'm putting my strongest fighter in the lead. They're locked in now. So, you fools coming to attack my own land. We still have 6 champions. One has just died. We still have 5 champions. Ooh, the loss of a champion's pretty bad. So, champions are the entire backbone of the Viking militaries. With that one dead, we're just going to lose terribly, unfortunately. But, we have an idea of how to sway our beloved Githya, whatever this is, as interests that might be mine. How can I convince her I'm acting in my own interest, which is also the Allfather's interest? I can make a good argument, because we're smarter than she is, or we can just say, let's be friends for now. So 50 opinion versus 30. Let's try the better one. We convinced her! And so she'll now pay us taxes, etc. We'll see. Alright. A bit of a loss. Once again, we want our ruler in this position. Did the raiders just leave? Or did they finish their raid? We've already been raided recently. So for whatever way, whatever reason, my neighbors decide to march in and attack me and then go away. I don't know why. Also, you may have seen, we have a new follower alert. It's smaller than it was before. It's still a hello friend. I'm gonna put it over, I don't know where instead. I put it next to me so it's like pops up as hello friends right next to my mouth. I never know how to put these things. I'll put it upper left hand corner still. We'll sort it out eventually. Alright, we're at home. We are burning through prestige right now because our men-at-arms are refilling. But we'll get more soon. Also, more counselors have died. Oh, cruel world. So, Philip's here. Young Philip's a Catholic in this economy? The Catholic must be swayed next. And we must convince the Catholic to not be Catholic anymore. I didn't mean to bring the Catholic along. Hello, stream the memes! When a man wears a suit and tie to CK3 must be very afraid. You don't attack my dog. It's good seeing you, friend. Alright, so you're gonna go on the council here, even though you're the wrong flavor of... Yeah, the wrong flavor of person. You'll join us soon enough. How am I bringing witches in? So what I'm trying to do is to just marry anyone in my court who's not married to a person who's a witch. Thus far, we haven't found anyone who wants to do that, but we'll see soon enough. So back to my realm. Anyone who's unmarried, hello. I want to find you a spouse who is, ideally, a witch. We haven't found any quite yet. When did I betroth off my daughters? Awesome question, Jesse. Good seeing you. So I tend to betroth my children in this order. The heir, never married until the very last minute, like age 15. Number one is if I need alliances. So if things get really rocky, I'll marry them off at once. I tend to save at least one daughter to have emergency alliances. So if one of my vassals wants to revolt and I can't stop them, I'll then marry off the spare daughter for that purpose. I tend to also marry them off early if I want to have a particular trait in my court, and I'm looking for a particular child for that reason. Also, I tend to look at, are there any marriages nearby that can be advantageously used to get territory in our family? So if there's a county next door that has an unmarried second son, and I get a matrilineal marriage there, I'll then make that marriage and kill the first son, and that way our family gets control of their territory. So the answer, like everything else in this game, is it depends. There's a lot to think about, but I tend to save at least one daughter for emergencies. Hope that helps a little bit. Are there any witches out here then? All good ideas, thank you. Yeah, I've considered making a YouTube video about this game of the form, is there like one right answer to any question, or what's the right time to do, or what should I do? And like, except there is no one answer. The important thing in CK3 is to keep in mind all of the things that one could have in mind or use in any situation. It's like a craftsman who needs all the right tools. Not every problem's a hammer problem, not every problem's a wrench problem. You just need to know which ones are which. Speaking of witches, there are no witches who will actively marry this character, so we're looking for someone who's a good fighter instead, and ideally also not super loyal to their god, because need to just find random witches. We have a list of mods. We have no mods at all. Am I playing or in my job? Why not both? Good seeing you, but my job is playing in some ways. Alright, more strong fighters. This person's a zealot, so it's very unlikely to be a witch, so I'm going to skip them. Fellow below is very ugly. I hope it scares his enemies below. Grand Wedding's a mod? No, so I have no mods, but I have all the DLCs. Yeah, DLCs, I have all of them running. Mods, I have none of them running. Alright, Physician also. Yeah, so I married all these people off previously and then killed their husbands in the First War. I shouldn't laugh about that, and yet it's hilarious. Alright, we've reloaded ourselves on Viking Warriors once more. Like I said before, these numbers... Oh, I didn't do matrilineal. In my speedy clicking there, I sold off my physician. That's a mistake. And if I force a divorce, there's nothing to do, unfortunately. So, which one of these poor quality people do we want to be our physician? I'm gonna go with our wife, I guess, for no particular reason. Eventually we'll have our heir become doctor, but not quite yet. Below that, I'm gonna make a master of the hunt ready also. The insane adventure will hopefully find me some insanely good legendary hunts eventually. Alright. There are a lot of people who are much larger than us right now. We just need to stay outside of war currently. As I said, Metal Pod is very weak right now, to the point that I want to go ahead and just take them over using the Conquer button here. This is a place where if we can find nearby allies, it would help. So, who is the strongest of us all? Jarl Bjorn is. Jarl Bjorn has unfortunately 2 children, both of whom are already married. If I go to the north here to Jomtland, there's a young daughter and a young daughter. We do not have any sons right now. Up here we have 2 daughters also. We're getting kind of unlucky. So what we're going to do instead is head to our younger daughter and see what is the very best alliance we can get out of this. It is the Jarldom of Småland. So tell me about your army, please. Wow! It's 2,000 people, and currently it's not being bolstered by mercenaries or event troops. So this is the correct move to make. It's a vastly superior army. Will you allow matrilineality? You will not. So we are marrying a daughter away into their family, but for an army like that, it's absolutely worthwhile. Nice, nice, nice. Småland is south, I believe. Yep, there it is. All right, and now it's time to beat up on the neighbors. Which is a terrible thing to do and say, but it'll help us expand closer to our domain cap of 4. Good stuff. Alright, now we call on our allies. And before I do anything else, I need to station my first troops at home. And we have no buildings currently, so it doesn't really matter who we station. I'll use my Varangian soldiers first. Okay, we raise the troops. They have 200. We probably actually don't need the allies, but we'll see what we can do. This is a place where we definitely want to cross the river before engaging to avoid the penalty of attacking into them. They have how many champions? 4 versus our 6. So on the river crossing, we might still win, but I'm going to play this one safely anyway. Oops. Shift key is how you tell the character to move by non-direct location. Hold down shift while clicking through. Okay, and here comes the allies. We'll see in just a moment, do we need the allies or did I waste some prestige on that one? I've got a guess, but we'll see if that's correct. The answer is no. We did not need the allies at all. Hey, Jorn Stenbach, my daughter, age 0, gained 20 opinion of me. I do not know why, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I wish there were a way to dismiss our allies in a case like this one, but luckily we are leading the siege. Even though our food pile's going down kind of quickly, we'll be good there. Hey Stream, I wrote a political philosophy background. It was your undergrad. That's awesome. Yeah, political philosophy, political theory, PhD. Do I speak Japanese? A little bit. I moved to Japan only recently. My wife is fluent. We came from the US, and I'm working on it, but it's basically restaurant Japanese right now, and then very basic, I am a professor. You are a student. This kind of thing. Nothing terribly complex quite yet. Early game siege-in does take a while. What's our technology story right now? Like, clearly we're not the head of the innovations. He's studying city planning. I mean, that's fine. Helps us get more buildings more good. I'd love to have the siege weapons soon enough. And then we already have all the cultural and regional special ones we can do. The longships, the vassals like me more, and the Varangian adventurers. Strong and good. We can use those as a CB if we want to. We'll see, we'll see. You're going to ask how Western political philosophy works with Japanese students. In unexpectedly surprising ways, challenging ways. The standard example I give is John Locke's thought. Right? John Locke says like the importance in the individual and giving their consent to whatever's happening in the world and with themselves. That we agree to our societies, and that respects our autonomy and our equality. And part of that story is that we own one thing before we own anything else. We own our bodies, which to American students is, duh, who cares? To my Japanese women students, it's often absolutely life reshaping. The idea that they own themselves and can protect themselves. Because here, there's an awful culture of sexual harassment and sexual abuse that comes from you're expected not to cause a scene. And the idea of like, you own this thing, you are required to try to protect this thing, reshapes them often. So yeah, there's some political ideas that are really common on the one side and very surprising here. That's how it goes. How often my students' Japanese conversations blow past me? They're fluent. They're native speakers. I have no idea what they're talking about. I'll pick up the occasional word, like, you said the word for school. Good job. This is Thora. She's in charge of the church, and she's at my council meeting. This time, or she's late at the council meeting. I'm sorry. I do not let it pass. I arrive at her chambers and do not even knock. I come flying into her room. She stuffs a roll of parchment into her pocket. I want to know if she's a witch, so I can demand to know she doesn't like that. I can sneak around, I'd likely lose there, or respect her privacy. You must show me. Give it to me. According to the blackmail letter, she feasts on human flesh. Who would ever write that down? Why is she writing it down? Dear mother, I've picked up a new hobby recently. Eating the body of the damned. Shopping list. Get a bag of sugar, 3 rolls, and some human bodies. Alright, that's definitely a secret we could try to blackmail her on later. For right now, we'll just keep it in mind. You don't want to forget it. Oh yeah, by the way, make sure you go into the store later. My birthday is on January 14th, and be sure to remember you eat people. We captured their leader. He has quite a bit of money from good raiding, so we're going to release him and then still succeed in the war. We also captured his spouse, so this could be a useful moment for us. And not his child. Yes, his child. We caught his entire family. So 10 money plus we could do awful things to his child that right now it's not due. 25 money, and I think he's worth 50, which he can't quite afford. He has 49 right now, and he's pulling in 0.7 per month. I'm going to keep the war going for long enough that he's able to pay his entire bill. Just briefly. Just briefly. The month ticks over in just a second here. How about now? No, wait. Oh, there we go. But say, am I wait a whole month for 1 money? No. But we're good to go. I ended the war. Oh, we just lost out on 50 money for really no good reason. Oh. Occasionally, I talk about what I mean to do and then do the opposite thing. Well, you can keep your cash this day, you rogue. You fiendish, fiendish rogue. However, we're bigger already. Good stuff, good stuff. We have a ton of cash, so time to do our first building here. What do I want? So, Varangian guards are the ones hanging out at our capital. They are classified as what kind of troops? They are heavy infantry. Okay, so our capital will then have the heavy infantry improver, namely the war camps. Yeah, and the second building will then be the markets, just to help our economy. Often I do that in the other order, where I'll make the economy building first, and then I'll make the strengthening building. But in this case, I want to go raiding quite a bit, and so our economy is primarily based on can we raid effectively. So the higher levels of soldiers we have, the better off we are. They already have their economy building built in Metalpod, so we want to next build our war camps. For that, though, we need to get some more prestige. So we'll refill our army just a little while longer here, and then we'll head out to war once more. We have made our beloved, handsome Catholic like us more, so they asked me to change religions. That's 61%. We'll sway him 1 or 2 more times and see what comes of that. All right, let's bring up the economy page again and see who else we can go for. Many of you want us to rush in a mad dash down towards Rome. That'll happen eventually. For right now, though, we could go for Northern Europe, possibly Holland here. Holland is part of Svealand, and Svealand's very, very strong, so let's not do that. Looking for independent folks who might have some money. So you're currently worth how much cash? 0.84 with 0 loot. They were rated recently, unfortunately. If we pull up the economy page, can we see the actual money they have? No, we only see how much they're going to be worth. I think once we're into the rating mode, we can then see how much money's at each location. We'll do that soon. Also, must station a second group. So the building I'm building here already does give a bonus to toughness in general. Bondi are strong in 2 territories along the coast. Vigmen are strong along the coast also. The Bondi have more problematic outcomes. I may get rid of them eventually. For now, though, Vigmen, you go here. Get a little bonus. Am I feudal? We're not feudal. It's the first couple years of the game. We are super, super Viking. England is fruitful. It's true. We could go to England and try to take down Westminster, or Canterbury, rather. Westminster's in London. But they're pretty darn strong right now. They're all fully constructed as such. We'll have to look for them to at war, maybe. But for right now, we'll stay up in these territories. Try to protect home as well. Okay, we've got a learning perk. Let's head in the direction of lowered mental breaks. So if things need to get stressy, they can. We'll go to speed 4 for a moment until the troops are refilled. And my marshal is currently focused on, refilling the troops there. I'm going to ask my chancellor to stay on domestic affairs to make the locals like me more. And my neighbor, the Jarl Bjorn, has won the Wormelandian conquest of the chiefdom of Overdarnala. Okay, so Bjorn is getting bigger. I'd like an alliance here very, very much. Happily, he has a son. Alright, I know I rated you recently. He is just off accepting. So, if I can make the king of Proto-Sweden like me, he will not attack me. That's one of the higher priorities right now. I could send him, is it 50 money to get him to like me enough right now? 37, absolutely. Alright, we then get a marriage here. This is marrying off our remaining daughter. Also our heir, not ideal. Will not accept matrilineality, of course. So we're accepting this just so he does not attack us. Cool. 2 big alliances now, all good. So, our number 1 daughter is currently lost in thought. She wants to be a learner just like her father. We'll allow her to do that. And we are currently swaying the Catholic man. We want to make him into a good Viking man. When that's done, we're going to try to become soulmates with our wife to get more children. She's 20, we're 25, we should be good. A request from Bjorn of Uppland to launch a West Geatish subjugation war. I accept. He's going to try to take over absolutely everything. So, also a tournament if we want to. Where's the tournament? It is... Oh, this is start a tournament. I'm sorry, not go to a tournament. Where do you want me to go? To the West Geatish folks. We're in Vostergotland way down here. He recognizes he might lose if I don't help. So I will be a good friend and assist. I don't want to send all the troops, but we're weak enough we can't really defend home anyway. So we'll see how it goes. Tall Tales at the Table. A long, long evening hanging out with Holstein, a halfway decent fighter. The Wanderer stopped in Solitumum for the night, paying for his stay with tales of exploits that lasted hours. Charged right up to the city walls, free climbed inside, and hacked my way into the royal palace. Melted the king's crown down to pay for a new pair of boots. Tale after tale, the saga continues, each anecdote longer and larger than the last. I can ask them to join me, I'll probably do that. These sound fair-fetched, or do speak well of our hospitality elsewhere. So we make everyone like us more as he continues along. Also going to stay with us. He's also a halfway decent steward. So my current steward is a 13 also. Yeah, our spymaster's only average. Pretty much all of our people are merely average right now, but that's okay. All right, let's go help as we promised to do so. Looks like currently the... ships are free, aren't they? Ships are very cheap. I think raider ships are free. So currently... the king of Proto-Sweden is attempting to siege down their capital. And at the same time, the West Geatish folks are attacking across the border. So I'm going to try to come down into my allies' territory and cut across right here. Hopefully not being caught out. Yeah, seems good, seems good. Alright, we swayed Phillips again. What do you feel about conversion? 77%. Do I feel lucky? He converted! He might be a secret Catholic, but we don't know that at least, so that's okay. Oh, you know what? There's a real possibility I shouldn't be seducing my wife yet, because the more children she produces, the harder it's me to make us all witches. We have 12 years until I want the king to really be a witch. So let me actually not do that. There's an argument in favor of taking celibacy for a couple years to stop having children until we get witches in. Because again, starting a witch's family requires one to have, I think 60% of us be witches. We'll see. How's Witch Hunt going? Absolute failure thus far. So, who is unmarried? Hello, Harstein. May I find you a lovely witchy bride? I think the answer is still going to be no, unfortunately. It's still no, unfortunately. Alright, alright. I should seduce queens and duchesses to get prestige. Last playthrough was super ultra seduction. This time, no seduction, thank you. Only unmarried are children. That's fine. Where's my army? Hey, there you are. So we'll stay off to the side so we don't get the attrition. We could try siege here, see how it goes. We're all the witches. Unfortunately, witchcraft is a sin. Our one possibility is catching... I mean, if we raid north, the Finnish people can be witches. Possibly raiding north for people, not for money, is a good idea. I'll probably do that after this war. Allow me to compliment myself on my good ideas. So we're standing and sieging here, even though we're very bad at sieging, so that we get the... Well, never mind. I was going to say that we get the tag of doing the sieging, and our allies come and help us. But they want nothing to do with assisting us, so how it goes. You found witches on hunts. Okay, Jesse, we could try that. I like that idea very much. We could try many things. But yeah, hunts do provide witches at times. I've seen that previously. Oh, because they're like picking flowers, right? You say, oh, you're getting flowers not because they're beautiful, but because you're a witch. Our wife is pregnant once more. How about a son? What you say? Will we finish the siege before our ally ends the war? I really hope not. I really hope not. The Age of the World. I've been studying the ancient religious texts and the writings of the scholars. They all seem to agree the world will end in 6,000 years after creation. By my calculations, done on my fingers and toes, we're less than a century away. However, the Gidja Thora urges me to keep it quiet. Leave it to the elders and avoid panic. What if your calculations are wrong? We can get some learning by making it public. If we do that, we're going to move in the direction of her not supporting me. I can say reasonable enough, or let's go ask more people. Nothing wrong with being a little curious. This man named Gunnar has come to our territory. One of our berserking types, who's a very, very good fighter. Join me, won't you? Now, he's a zealot, which means he is not interested in witchcraft. However, would you be interested in finding someone who is into witchcraft for me? And again, just random selection here in some measure. Vigdis, the Vengeful and Brave. And witch? And witch, maybe. I wonder, how do I do this? How do I do this? Okay. I need someone in diplomatic range who is a witch, who will join my court, possibly. I might need to bribe somebody. He's negative 50. If we have higher quality of lodging, to get that we have to be a king. If I have a hook against these people, it might work also. We can go into the intrigue tree to create hooks against them and then use the hooks to bring them to court. That, though, is very complicated for us early in the game. Okay, these are all going to be negative 50, correct? Like, there's no chance of anything other than that. Yeah, there's no way to bring to the court other than marriage right now, unfortunately. Alright, Phillips is now fully swayed, so no point in wasting any more time on that. So cancel this for now. Someone trying to kill Kraka. I have no idea who, and they're very likely to pull it off, so we'll ignore that. No! 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 With less than a month left, my ally ended the war. Oh, that's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Alright, how much for a runestone? It's 50 money. Let's go for the 100 runestones. I'm sure we'll get it. So we're to speak of defeating Ragnar. There you go. Where does it go? In the capital. 99 more needed. Mythic Applesauce, thank you for the subscription, my friend. Happy New Year. I hope we're doing well. And with that, we're more famous than ever before. With our fame, we can upgrade the level of our troops quite a bit. So again, I almost said Huskarls, but not those. Befriending or seducing could work also. Good call. Good call. Yeah, we can try to sway a witch. Hello, my friend. You wandering witch. Let's work on swaying him and see if he'll join us ultimately. Befriend scheme is in diplomacy, correct? Otherwise it randomly happens. Okay. I still have enough prestige to increase your level 1 as well. Once our troops are refilled again, I am then going to go head towards witch territory of the north. So any witches we know about, we're not wandering. You're in Pylian? I want some pie. So where is that? A third daughter? A third daughter? What? So he's over here. If we go through Finland will get destroyed. Through Nyland the same. So unfortunately they're kind of protected there. So who else is a witch we could possibly head over and see? This guy's in bad shape, so no point in that. You're a guest in Cocky Salami. Salami is strong I can deal with. Huh. I pulled a religion. Any of these people are potentially witches in a good way. So we'll need to keep an eye out for capturing a witch. Not sure, though. Hey, Grim Mamba, thank you for your Prime sub also. My goodness, it's been such a generous days. Very, very generous day, everybody. Thank you for being part of the community. Thank you for hanging out and subscribing and just spending some time with me. It's been a whole bundle of fun for sure. The accursed Jarl once again wants me to help take over Vostergotland. I'm going to say I'm going to, and I'm probably not going to, I think. Oh, and you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. If I just walk through, it's not hostility. It's only when you attack. So we can go for this one in the middle. Very, very soon. Okay, while I'm at war, I can't raise raiders. Yeah, he does not need my help here. It's only one tiny chiefdom he wants. I'm okay with being a little disloyal as an ally this time. I can make a Duchy of Norland if I want to. Duke by the time we die is the correct call. Not yet, though. Okay, troops are mostly raised, and we can afford them definitely. So I'm going to move my marshal over to control fixing. It'll take 10 years. We do not care of control. So instead I'm going to have him train my commanders in hopes they get some positive perks off him. Good. Good to good. You really don't need me, do you? You can do it. Hopefully it doesn't send an angry message. Where were your men? We lit the fires and Gondor did not come. Is it Gondor? Or does it defend Gondor? I'm sorry, I forgot my Lord of the Rings. Speaking of which, though, did you see the Queen of Denmark this morning, or last night, not sure which one, is abdicating. The Queen of Denmark abdicated on live television. Delightful. Good fun. Glad for her. But, apparently she was a friend of Tolkien's. They wrote letters back and forth, and she also did the illustrations for one edition of Tolkien. I love learning these things about the royals. Like, I'm not someone who follows the royals closely. I don't care about who's marrying who, but I love learning about their hobbies and behaviors. So the Queen of Denmark did all these delightful illustrations, and she's really creative. Some years back, I learned that the king of... Is it the king or the prince? Is the prince who's likely to inherit the kingdom of Netherlands apparently works as an airline pilot. And so he's like flying people around under some name that's not his regnal name. And he's like, hey, I'm the prince, the heir apparent of Netherlands. Allow me to be your pilot today. It's delightful. Once I have a son, I might go for celibacy just to avoid the family getting too big. But we'll see. Yeah, same kind of thing as, like, I guess learning that a president has some interesting hobby. Like, Barack Obama reads books. I don't know what kind of hobby that is. Oh, he's the king now? Okay. I forgot that the airplane pilot became the king. My apologies for not knowing European politics at all. Good victory, good victory. We didn't help at all, so we get nothing. But yeah, I think like people golfing or reading books, not super interesting. But yeah, flying airplanes, what could be possibly more interesting than that? Raiders to the ready. Once again, I'm going to try to use myself until we become a Viking. And then want to just, come on troops. Here we go. I want to just pass right on through. And most direct path. Are they already rated? They were already rated, unfortunately. Until when? Rating it on 26 January, 5 years from now. Alright, let's go to the far north. Hope we get lucky. Are you all rated also? In the middle here it's not, for 15 money. And you're not super strong. Only die a little bit going in there. We should be fine. This is why one should raid the coast, incidentally, but hope and beyond hope we get ourselves a witch. Oh, they're already raised. Wait, where are you going? I'll wait on the border till you move. Oh, they know we're coming for them. All right, here we go. Operation win-win-win. I should put my better commander on this, but I want to become a proper Viking, so got to keep on fighting and raiding and so on. I think Viking might only pop up after you raid somewhere. Is that true? Not sure if true. My marshal Thorthormunder has been showing off promising recruit. His name is Horther. He is dull. Big dum-dum fights so well. He has the most predictable fighting of all time. Welcome, my friend. Fight fiercely, please. As of right now, our top champion is 31. That's absurd. Our bottom champion is 7. We'll get better eventually. Alright, so the dullard comes forward saying, I want to go forward and be a Varangian guard. Alright, well, he'll go there for now. He might come back someday. He joined us for free for under a day and a half. Very well, very well. Good victory, no one captured. The siege begins then. And on the way out, who has not been raided? So you've not been raided. Your military is probably stronger than mine. What's your number of champions? 6 also. I don't want to fight them. Okay, over here, your strength is 975 on 5 champions. I can probably win that, but I don't dare try. Okay, the ruler of Smallland has died. His son inherited. That son is not actually, yeah, not betrothed to our daughter. Oh, actually is. Actually is. Okay, so we have another nice alliance good to go there. Got to keep those going for now. When the raid's done, I'm going to head to the water and then see who else we can grab that's not been raided raided yet on the coast, who's not too big. All right, got some money. No kidnapping. What a shame. On this playthrough, I'm thinking we'll likely go in the direction of the raiding line at the top, the True Vikings, on the dynastic perks. Because I very much enjoy choosing roleplay appropriate perks if possible. All right, Yamtaland in the middle here has not been sieged yet. I don't want to deal with them as their neighbors. They'll be very angry with me. You all are good and strong, I believe. Yep. Must get more raiders. Must keep building. While we're passing through, we can go ahead and drop off our money and refill the troops also. The run's getting fun? I hope so. I always love CK3 playthroughs. There's a good time for sure. My daughter and heir has no guardian. I will look after you, daughter. Educate. It me. It me you. Hello, daughter. Okay. Now, let me tell you what the absolute disaster would be. This is a normal marriage on our heir. If that goes through, our family will be destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. We cannot have that happen. So I need to break the betrothal if we don't develop a son between now and then. We'll see. Vera Johnson, hello. Happy New Year's to you. Happy New Year's. It is nice. It's nice streaming on holidays when all you fine folks come by and celebrate with me. So thanks for being here for sure. Hopefully you're relaxing and enjoying this last bit of the year. Because these holidays only come around once a year, I guess. It's a real time to celebrate, to look forward. Hopefully 2024 is better for you than 2023 was. Even if 2023 is amazing, hopefully 2024 is even better. It's been a good year for the stream. The stream is in better position than ever before. Having a lot of fun, feeling pretty stable on the streaming thing, and I hope it continues. So I'll keep showing up, you keep showing up too. Appreciate it. Chicken Jack, I'm doing well. Thanks for being here. Our wife is pregnant once more, so we've hit 3 girls in a row. This time, do we get a boy? Also, please do not quote that out of context. We hit 3 girls, is what I said. I don't mean it. I promise I don't mean it. If we're just sitting on the sidelines till our troops refill, what else can we do? We can go for a hunt, I suppose. Hunt will give us more prestige, which gives us more troops, etc. Also, we might find a witch out here. So, where to go hunting? We are proper hunters. No falcons allowed. Hoffer over here has the highest chance of it happening, because there's no holding there, and also there's a open taiga. I like it. A Keeper's Fang. Keeper's Fang, thank you for the tier 2 subscription. Appreciate all the work I put in the stream. Glad to have found this year. Looking for another year. Yeah, I never know exactly how long people have been part of the community, but I very much appreciate that you've been here for this year. Thanks for being with us for sure, for sure, for sure. Means the world indeed. Thank you for your generosity too at that tier 2 sub. As we pass through, unfortunately, we will have a dangerous location. Having a caravan master will help. So hello to you, Freitas. Are you a Freitas? Welcome. That lowers us to only 1 terrifying location. We can hire a taiga. Is that Mountaineer? It is not Mountaineer. Is it a forest? It is not a forest. Is it a... It's not a desert. Let's go and look through carefully and see. Oh, it is forest, actually. The forest lowers only medium difficulty. That's fine. And then, success is not super important. I'm going to save the money I have right now. Our goal, though, is to slay that beast. We want to make a friend with a witch. There are none yet, unfortunately. Are my concubines filled? That's a very good point. Unfortunately, given this playthrough's goal, I'm marrying off everyone in my court because I need to get witches in. So I'm bringing in absolutely anybody who might be a witch, which means there are no unmarried people to make into concubines right now. It's more important that we find a witch than that we get concubines. So I'm going to continue marrying off everyone for now. See how it goes. The hunt begins. I can't wait. Our first time leaving in peace, not in war. So far, no dangerous outcomes. We'll see what we get here, though. Yeah, the negative prestige is only because they're filling up the troops. That'll be done soon. Danger. We stayed on the road slightly too long. The sun is starting to dip below the horizon. Out of the surrounding terrain, shapes start to merge and form into angry-looking armored figures. This here road's a toll road. Pay up, says the biggest and frankly ugliest of the bunch. My courtier Freitas steps forward, weapon raised, and looks to me for direction. So Kari's a 9 in combat. My beloved albino caravan master's a 10. Or I can demand that I'm the chieftain. Alright. So it's likely that Freitas will not die. She could possibly get wounded in battle. I'm not going to pay the toll, of course. So if we try the diplomacy challenge, even if we fail, she's likely only to be wounded. So I'm going to ask my wife to help me out in thinking about politics. That moves up to 46, which is lower actually. So 47, oh, sorry, it's 43 versus 46. 3 points higher. Let's try and see what happens. Well, didn't get a pop-up there, so I actually don't know what happened. Is my person dying here? She's actually not even showing up. Well, she's either good and dead or we're fine. Also, we are being sieged once more. With 1,000 troops here, only 4 of them are champions. The whole pile of the archers. Archers are stronger in forests. Unfortunately, we are in a forest. So, I don't know. How do I feel the bonuses here? We'll see how this goes. I think it's worth trying to fight it. We await the arrival of my guests. My servants carry on the preparations. I've checked my gear. It won't be too long until we fight. Now, I brought a lot of people along to the event, so my very best commander's not available. I can't afford this guest to join me, so a fairly weak commander. I think we're going to fight anyway. I think we'll win it. Let's see what happens. Alright, while we're partying, our home is burning down. Let's see how it goes. This is Frothy. He assembles the party as the sun rises in the sky. The gamekeepers scoured the vicinity for tracks and fumes. We found a stout buck. It'll be good fun. Let's hunt that stag. The noise of others has faded as my spy master and I stalk up on the stag. I was going to tell you about Phillips. So my guess is he's still a secret Catholic. It's very unlikely he's a witch, so I don't really care right now. So I'm going to say, tell me later. For now, I want to be successful in battle here. A lovely day for a hunt, which means it's a nice day to be outside. I fill my lungs with fresh air of the wilderness. I spot from distance what's only a gift from or a dedication to ire. Oh, we can choose our own personal god. I totally forgot. We have to do that still. So many herbs and beautiful flowers, both for healing and malicious intents. I'm here to hunt. Picking peonies may raise some eyebrows. So I think we're going to go with the just have a chance to increase our success chance again. And then, who's my own personal targeted devotion? I usually go with Thor. I don't want the increase to fertility until we have witchcraft started. So the devotee of Ulur is cool. You get stronger strength, especially in winter. But let's go Thor. Which god do we love most of all? Thor is friend of humanity, and we're a friend of Thor. It's a good exchange, that. Alright, good victory, in part because we do have those ranges. This is Gunnar, and he found for me the antlers of a stag. After it, we arrive with a 53% chance of victory. Let's see what happens. We've also killed one of the champions of the enemy. We'll win that definitely. Like all game, the slippery stag has many tricks, blenches, and ruses that can fool even experienced hunters. My champion, Hallstein, has halted the party. The wily stag has been doubling to and fro, retracing its step and running trails to throw it off our scent. There's no agreement. I misread. There's no agreement over which course to follow. Each moment we tarry puts us further from our prize. We could say, I know of this ploy. We're going to go with that. I've seen this before. I know this. Let's see how it goes. The advice pays off. We gain opinion and success chance up to 70. Here we go. After hours of riding, we finally corner the wily beast. Our chase has not been in vain. The exhausted, panicked animal is turned to bay, struggling to stand and snorting in panic. The air resounds with blowing horns, barking dogs, and the party's cries as the circle is closed around the defiant buck. So I can shoot at distance. I will kill it. I'll bring it down myself. We get a bunch of hunter experience, lose stress. We have a 17% chance of dying. Or spears ready, we all march on it. I'll take the safe way out. I want to be a hero Viking, but I don't want to die quite yet. So we shoot, we slay that beast. This is how you do it. Mission accomplished, a good hunt through and through. Friends, an hour since our last ad break. Let's go ahead and take 3 minutes break now to go ahead and check out some ads, check out a crossword puzzle. Please be here on the other side. I'd appreciate it. Let's do our crossword. We started earlier. We'll keep it going. Hey, Foaming Jetty, good seeing you. Happy New Year to you also. All right, so. A Book of Shadows religion. I said it's probably Wicca. Indeed, it is Wicca. Yeah, possibly. I'm not sure. Fundamentally, at base. Fundamentally, totally, completely. Not quite sure. Better Call Saul, actress Seahorn. I believe it's Rita Seahorn. Emancipate is just freeze. Reflected on. Considered mold, possibly. Reflected on. It's about thought on. Doesn't fit again. A source of cash briefly. The ATM. Modest or faux modest reply to a compliment. I don't know. It involves this this gesture though. Half a sawbuck, I believe, is a $5. So a sawbuck is a $10 bill, I think. So I'm okay. I have no idea. Mad Blank, probably Mad Men, the TV show. Provide coverage for. Defend would fit. It could also be insure. I'm gonna put insure in and see if that's right. A struggle for is to vie for. All right, Republican presidential hopeful, whose national polling average fell by approximately 20 points between January and December of 2023. So over the course of the year, which presidential hopeful's polling average fell the most? I have no idea. I can make some guesses, but leave it blank for now. Unless unseemly condition. Unseemly. So spelled S-E-A-M. It's about either seams of ore in the ground or about sowing. Not sure which one. Predictability is the ability to predict. It's ESP. Sense. Sense could be, of course, intelligence or awareness. Could also be one of the 5 senses. Not sure. Animal species responsible for boat sinkings off the Iberian coast in May and October of this year. The orca. What shares on X used to be called for short. Oh. I mean, I assume that Twitter is like TWR. Oh, shares, like retweets. Sorry. So sharing that kind, not mathematical, or not stock shares. Re-WT possibly. I have no idea what it is. Re-TW? RTS? Not sure. Not natural looking. Fake. Cheap. Unclear. Ad break is 1 minute 30 left to go, so we're on the way. Automatic advancements. Buys in a tournament. All right, to the down. Yogurt-based drink. A lassi. Mango lassi is my wife's favorite. A site of a sacrifice is an altar. Balalaika, actress Massey. I have no idea. Hideaway, though, is layer. I like that. Irina, possibly. Not sure. Enthralled is wrapped. Word repeated before hooray. Hip, hip. Says, and now for something completely different, say. So that was part of the intro of Monty Python's Flying Circus. Flying Circus, not Surface. John Cleese would sit at a desk and say, and now for something completely different. So it's a segue of a sort. It's a throwback to a meme. I don't know. Get the ball rolling. Get the ball rolling with a question mark. So it could be bowling, so like throw the ball. Pouring feels a little bit wrong. A blank balloon, a type of flying object shot down by the U.S. in February of 2023. It's a spy balloon from our friends the Chinese, surely. Mayor whose it's a sad one. Mayors whose phones were seized as part of the FBI investigation into whether his campaign to conspire with the Turkish government. Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City. Two more and then we'll get back to it. Blank 3, name given to the lawmakers who were subject to expulsion votes for protesting in support of gun reform in April of 2023. It's the Tennessee 3. Hope that's spelled right. I have no idea. Public defender's workload, they have cases. Stephen Rea, or Rhea, possibly, is in V from Vendetta. And there we go. A good start to a good puzzle. Back to that in 1 hour's time. That said, it is New Year's Day, and my wife's upstairs, so we're probably not going to stream too much longer. Let's say half an hour more on today's stream, and then we'll figure out what is what. Hunts like these are pure joy. Nothing quite like the thrill of bringing down a mighty beast. Thorthermurder. His name is so hard. The double thorn is rough. Directs the breaking up, clumsily skinning the carcass for letting the game masters take over. We place the eager's dog share of spoils on a stretch hide before departing for camp and for home. So I can keep a stag antler, give us prestige and lowering stress gain, and more taxes from courtly people. We have none of those. Or give it to King Bjorn, the king of Sweden now. So luckily we are allies, but Sweden happens, and Sweden wants me for sure. I'm going to keep it for myself for now. So we became a hunter, got some Wienator points, and have our first item of the playthrough. How cool is that? We also have repelled the Viking invasion. Wonderful and good. And yeah, a good win for us. If we look at the details here, who did the most work? Wow, Olvir there, taking out 33 with himself and his team. Good stuff. To our inventory, the stag becomes our first ever trinket. Nice. All right, my troops are raised to fight off a foe there. Once they're gone, we can put the troops away again in just a moment. And then we'll head back to raiding again, I think. Also, so much prestige. Just silly amounts. Welcome back home. We didn't go too far away, but we had a nice little hike anyway. Yeah. We established that this direction had not yet been sieged, at least recently. We also established they are strong where I like to fight. They do have very few champions, so we'll see. All right, bring me more troops, more troops. Enough upgrades for now. We'll then move our marshal over to helping us raise troops as fast as possible. And how much money is it for our next building? It's 75 on top of pile prestige. So more raid should do it. 1 hour till the U.S. starts celebrating its New Year's? Wow, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is already in the New Year. Is Guam? So I know Guam is 3 hours away from here. I have a number of students from Guam. But is Guam on this side or that side of the international date line? Just not sure. But yes, there are some lovely places in the U.S. that are already Happy New Year's, but in the U.S. instead of being territories. All right, this man becomes our friend more and more. Unfortunately, he is a leper. He's getting closer to wanting to visit us. But now he's a leper, I'm a little bit less sure. It's 2:04 p.m. in Guam. Okay, it's on the other side. Wait, no, it's on this side. So Guam, I guess, is the first part of the U.S. that goes to Happy New Year, because it's an hour in the future from me. Our first son, Little Tyke. That's a cute name for a kid, isn't it? It's probably Tyke or something, but you average child, red of hair. I'm going to call you Eric. I'm going to make you Eric the Red. Probably a little early for that, but what a cutie you are. All right, son. I will look after you. And that now means as long as he stays alive to adulthood, we do not need to panic about having married off our inheriting daughters. So, cool. Cool. I could sell off my artifact for money. Good call on that. I'm not going to, but we definitely could do so. You'd call the small child Tyke. We could name everyone in our family for various word for child. There may not be enough of them, but our queen's not especially good at anything. I want to be beloved, but not in the way that's going to cause some problems. Alright, all full. We are losing prestige each month. That is just fine, though. Someday concubines. For now, wrong button again, I keep doing that. For now, we want to find someone to kidnap. So, who has not been sieged recently that we could go siege? 20 money here. Finland is weaker than we are. It's time to start getting nicer prizes. Should be good. Was Eric the Red an outlaw? I have no idea. Yeah, I know absolutely nothing about the history of this part of the world other than they became Catholic at some point, and Eric the Red was a guy. That's genuinely all I know. I see we're having problems with control in our new territory, so I'll move my my marshaller to help. It'll take about 10 years, unfortunately, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyone unmarried in my homeland? So looking at our realm, anyone unmarried who's not a child? Nope. Yep. Okay, so he's currently off being a Varangian. I can still marry him off though if I want to. I assume that his wife goes with him to the Basilius' court. We'll ignore it until he comes back, if he comes back. Hey, we captured a Finnish person. She's also a doctor. So, you are not worth money. I'm going to ask you to join my team. And we're curious, are you a witch? Whichever way, you will be our doctor in a moment. The boy king of Sweden wants us to help him in conquesting the chiefdom of Njdung, currently held by... Wait. One of our allies is being attacked by the king of Sweden. I'm going to decline this one, because I do not want to fight Sweden. Our allies appear to have gone to war. Well, good luck to you, my friends. I'm kind of hoping we get attacked here, in hopes of capturing more folks. Alright, so I'm going to change out our physician to the one who's somewhat better. She might hate me a little bit. I can convert her over to our religion gradually. Also, as a, wait. Oh, so she is of a religion that allows witchcraft. Unfortunately, because I do not allow it, people do not want to join my court with it. What a shame. What a shame, what a shame. Alright, instead we'll look for someone who is a fine fighter at least. Hello, Stein, you're kind of old. We'll go with you. Want to stay here for the fight. Hope that's not a mistake. I married off Patrilinia a second time. That's the second time I made that mistake. What a waste of time. Oh, all right. From now on, I must speak aloud and say the words matrilineal marriage. Must be done. Another good victory. Prestige for that. We're currently carrying 20 prestige. Prestige is absolutely being consumed in a hurry. So that's no good. And this is because our troops need to refill, and also because we probably have too many troops for our current size. The little island in the middle here is independent still. It's already been sieged down. There's a bit of Sweden here. You're allowed to You're allowed to raid your allies if you want to. Now, I know that Sweden's currently busy at a war. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. A stranger's been brought into the castle. She's been waiting outside the castle gates for a week. She bows deeply. She's traveled far and wide and seen many things, but they're weary of the road. If they'll allow me to stay, I'll happily share my knowledge of the world with you and be your loyal servant. You know what? Sure, you seem good. You seem like you might be interested in developing a matrilineal marriage or a concubine for prestige. Concubine prestige wins. I want to go celibate now. I'll revoke this eventually. We do have a son. Okay. Celibacy, good. 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 I'm a great ally. Don't you worry. Oh, can you not raid allies? I thought you could. Well, never mind. Were you ever allowed to raid allies? I thought you were at one point, but perhaps not. Huh. Well, unfortunate. Shayland here, we cannot fight, unfortunately. I'm actually kind of bummed now that I can't raid my allies. Alright, this one should be fine instead. Good. Was it confusing? I know we ran into a wall there. The wall said, "You shall not pass." And we didn't. We're still losing crazy amounts of prestige. Once this siege is done, we'll go home, I promise. These are kind of dicey otherwise. Yeah, I want you to attack. So, one bit of kidnapping, and we immediately give the person away. Good, good. From this battle, we should get an infusion of prestige. 123. Let's not go home then. Let's not go home at all. How is Gdansk looking these days? Looking ready and ripe for the taking. And pay ransom. We captured a child. For money, absolutely. Is the prison then empty? It is. It'd be wrong if you can raid allies. I mean, it's the Middle Ages. Everything is wrong and right all at once. But no, I agree with you that it would not be nice to raid allies. I thought you could, though, at one point. I might be entirely wrong on that. I have the wrong leader here, don't I? I need to have my king out there to get the Viking perk. Still have not pulled it off, unfortunately. Alright. Tons and tons of prestige now. We are carrying only half our money. Only 3 money if we go inshore. We don't want that. 7 money there. Pomerania, not quite up for taking. Are they at war right now? They're not. East Anglia, how are you looking? I will probably lose against them. That's sad. I believe I'm feeling greedy. To England! To death and glory in England. Oh no, Phillips has died. Viking Phillips is no more. Hello to you, Phillips' wife. Please find me a new fine soldier matrilineally. 45, a coward, still a good fighter though. Oh, good call, you can raid on rivers also. Yeah, the big rivers you can head down. Are any of them worth raiding though? 19 money there would be. Alright, hello Gruff. Any new advice for CK3 players? The standard line I give, which is potentially not that helpful, is don't give up. It's a very, very complicated game, and that really confuses some people. People get very, very frustrated about how complicated it is. And so I always say, like, number one, do the tutorial. The tutorial is quite good in this game, and it's surely worth checking out at least. But beyond that, I encourage you to take very, very small bites of the game at once. The way I learned was, of course, I had chat telling me what to do. The way I learned, though, was I picked an achievement. I said, like, okay, this achievement here Starting as William the Bastard in 1066, win the Norman invasion, become English, have only English vassals. And so, like, this right here gives you a number of things to do. All right, so identify character William the Bastard. He's a pre-selectable in that year. Norman invasion. All right, this will teach you how invasion mechanics work. It also teaches you about special event troops versus your base troops. Become English. All right, you'll have to learn, well, how do I change cultures? Got it. Have English vassals. Okay, what are vassals exactly? How does that work? So choosing a particular achievement to go for, even it's a very easy one, like, inherit a title from when you murdered. Okay, well, what is it to inherit? What is it to murder? Etc. Working through each small piece will give you more and more knowledge of the different mechanics at play, because there's so many mechanics, you can get overwhelmed trying to learn all at once. And yeah, I do have a tutorial video on a few things. They can potentially help you, but they don't explain everything, unfortunately. Yeah, I really wish I had more tutorials made, but wishing and completing are not the same thing. As I was bouncing across here, I saw that Yillin's at war with the Holy Roman Emperor, or the East Frankish people, so I can probably siege down their capital while I'm thinking about it. We'll see. Have I done the African Lady achievement? I have done the African Lady achievement. I think I've changed my mind. I'm going to siege this first, and then once I have fewer troops, I'll go back and grab that one. You mentioned I'm King of Ireland to play through. Hey, well done, well done. That said, the tutorial sets you up in a stronger position than you'll ever be when the game starts if you take a duchy in Ireland. So just be careful. All I gotta say is just be careful. Because if you try to become King of Ireland without the tutorial start, you will have fewer troops, fewer buildings, and less money as you begin. So just be proud of yourself, be happy for yourself, but recognize it may not work out as well as you want to. Am I a Viking? I'm trying to become a Viking, but we are playing Viking style, yeah. Equal number of knights. We have the Vikings, though, so we fight better. But Gruff or anybody else, if you ever have any questions on any Paradox game, come by and ask them. If I don't know, someone in chat does, and I'm really happy to help. I love teaching in general, and teaching this game is as fun as anything else. Good raid, good raid. I'll hit here, and then we're going to the capital of our neighbors there while we head home. Wait, how full are we? 81.98. Never mind, this is going to be the last bit of money we have for now before we go home. A second group of raiders. So we want to. We can try to make friends with Jorvik. Holy cow, Jorvik's strong. I only have one son right now. She has consumption. Also too far away. Never mind. I think if you start on this side, over in Norway, you can make an alliance there, but not from over here in Angermanland. Sorry, Swedish friends. Noticing that one wrong. And German land, as always. Ecstatic peasantry. The peasants and the chiefdom are in a good mood. The harvest is bountiful, the roads are safe, and the village elders tell stories of cows producing honey-laden milk and geese laying golden eggs. The peasants are praising me for their fortune, and they sent me so much money. I'm probably just going to accept that one. And the reason why is I can now make a building. And so here, I want to make the money building next. Yes. Cash coming in. Actually, I said earlier our economy is going to be raiding. So there's nothing here that will allow me to have basic increase the troop ability. There's some that affect everyone. We don't have that here. At higher levels, the Palisades might. This will also help us not to get raided quite so often. We'll go with that for now. Fire and blood! The settlement of Ipswich, an important stronghold in Greater Suffolk, has fallen to my raiders. We have the run of vast tracts of land, and many quivering subjects and shining treasures of the petty king to choose from. The troops stand ready, awaiting my command to give them direction. We can get some slaves. If we do that, development in the chiefdom increases by quite a bit. Bring me plunder. We get 75 prestige and 30 loot, or we've taken enough. Bring me the skilled slaves, please. And now, full of money, we are going home once more. After that's done, we'll be go out attacking these people, hopefully before they finish their war. We'll see. Hey, Team Ramrod, Happy New Year to you also. Trackle, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, friends. And Team Ramrod, you're absolutely correct. Tonight there's a big match in Wrexham. And did you see? Wrexham has signed through 2027 two of their best players. Elliot Lee, the White Pele, and Paul Mullen, the allegedly best striker we have, who has apparently gone quite cold recently. But there are a couple more players I really want them to re-sign. Notably our big goalkeeper, Arthur Okonkwo. We have two very, very good players with us for the next 3 years, so very happy on that one. All right. I try very hard not to talk about football too much on stream, but consider me one to talk about football on stream today. No Viking pop-up yet, so we'll refill the troops and head out once more very, very soon. We can throw a grand tournament if we want to. It's very expensive to do so, I believe, so let's not do. We could hunt also. You know, sure. While we're home, let's throw a quick hunt. No special spotting at all. And no place has the best bonuses right now, of both being a no holding and a taiga, unfortunately. This is the best one. For now, though, we'll go to He Danger. Or if you prefer, Hottinger, maybe. My goal is to kill! Good. Alright, out we go. Our second trip of this playthrough. Brought our loot back, and King Bjorn has managed to take over part of Smallland. That's how it goes. We are here, we're looking around, we have a 40% chance of succeeding. Let's see how that goes. Good prospects. So, my Huntmaster comes forward, he's tracking, he's finding. We can hunt stags, or wolves, or tricky hare. I'll go and do the stag as planned. Any goals to this playthrough? Yeah, exclamation point goals. We're going for achievements. We were going for 3 achievements simultaneously. Exclamation point achievements. When's the next Full Manager stream? This year? I'm planning to do a Full Manager stream of Full Manager 2025. I decided not to do a 2024 one, because unfortunately Football Manager is really fun for some people in the community and absolutely unwatchable for others. And so we end up having a month or so of playing a game that half the community hates. So, it's how it goes. It's actually exclamation point goal. I'll pull that one up for you. There you go. That's my current goal is 3 achievements. Poachers here in my plane? They huddled together. We didn't do this. We didn't kill your stag. Alright, I can recruit them to be better fighters. Also, Wienator gains more experience long term. As much as I want to be cruel and terrible, the bonus to hunting experience seems pretty great this early. Have I played FM 2024? I've not. It's the one I've not bought yet. I do have 2023. Played a ton of that, hundreds of hours, but I haven't gotten 2024 yet. Should I? Can never decide if it's better. Lovely day for a hunt. We could get ourselves a pressed geranium. The prestige bonus would be nice. While we're currently celibate, the fertility will not help us, but I want to kill this animal again if possible. Also, we can build more buildings now. So we currently have... we can't quite. Still 93 money. The low control there's the issue. Someday. My huntsman points out a secluded clearing downwind from where the beast is hiding. A perfect place to form the bowline and await the stag driven thither, whatever it is, by the hound teams. We can practice our archery on a moving target. We can try to ambush it, or we can corner it. I will ambush it. I want the animal killed. That's most important right now. We must have chased it over the whole plains twice now. We're still no closer to cornering it. Everyone expects me to return triumphant. I can buy something instead. For 7 money, we can say the hunt has succeeded. Or we gain humble honesty. Direct vassals like me more. Did I succeed? Seems like no. Our plans were for naught. The beast sensed the trap. And we failed. We failed with 70% chance. Nonetheless, we gained some experience. We can go do that again soon. Alright. Good adventure. Clap a clap. Gained 3 points in Wenator. Need about 4 points, 5 points more to hit the level 1 on that. Next hunt should do it. Okay. We are nearly refilled on troops. I think I'm going to continue upgrading, even though I know I really shouldn't. Gain 3 points in Venusaur. Exactly right. Wenator. Uncooperative guilds has been defeated in Metalpod because my commander has been marching about yelling at them. So. The people who are stationed here are archers. So the palisades could give us archer defense or archer increase damage and toughness. The money building I like also. We already have one money building though, so I'll take the increase to damage for right now. More palisades. Are we witch already? Nope, still looking for witches. We've stopped making children until we can find the witches. Soon. Okay. Where's this witch again? Over in Povdets. Way over there. Actually, not that far. This is our goal, in hopes of capturing a witch. So, I'm just going to bring the troops we have right now. And get my Lord King in charge. Oh, it's been raided already. For how much longer? 2 more years. There are places we can raid on the way. Finland's at war right now, so that's the way to go for sure. 24 money on the tribe of Sund. That's Sweden, never mind. Okay. And then after that, we'll try to march over there, getting there about 2 years' time, hopefully. Who else has witches, though? Looking for nearby witches. Okay, where are you, Lagon? Wandering Kit Kat Bar. Kit Kat Bar is in the north. Kit Kat Bar is so weak right now. Okay, we'll go there next. Alright, we captured some nice lady. Alright, so Mary Matra Linley. Mary matrilineally. Mary matrilineally. Just don't forget that, please. Alright, Neeland here has 15 money. This one has 3. So I'm going to come in this way. And hopefully be able to defeat whoever's left over there. Alright, we are marrying you matrilineally to a giant. Clearly. Was conversion-wise, either way, she's not going to reveal that she's a secret witch. I believe she'll stay as a witch either way. Okay, I guess we can't have some raider-on-raider action this time. So we'll head north to this location. Already sieged. How are all the places where witches live already sieged? Ailu is in Timirova. I believe that's in Eastern Europe. It's down a river, though. Sure. Let's go down this river. Sometimes I think there's no one I'd rather spend time with than my wife, Mare. Of all the things to do in life, we enjoy so many of the same ones. Hey, my wife likes me more. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. So as we go along, we can pop into these locations worth a little bit of money. Just make sure we don't attack stupidly large folks. I think that conversion does make sense. The witchcraft's independent, I think. I didn't make sure they're not sieged. They're not sieged. We're strong enough to get there. I'm gonna go there first, and on the way back, we'll attack other folks. We'll look for other witches, of course. Mysteries of the heroic sagas. So one of my daughters is speaking to my other daughter. I spent hours trying to understand the pages about Thor and the Divine. Sure, humility in our daughters is fine. Our daughter Hold appreciates that we taught her something about the holy books, giving us a hook for the future. No idea how we'll use it, but we'll see. Yes, then I am trying to marry her off to Witch. The problem is witches don't want to come to my court, independently of whether they like her. Hey, unexpectedly, good old King Bjorn and I have become closer friends. True friends with the Swedes in the south and his nudist wife. I guess. My son Eric's an unusually calm child. The others play wild games. He withdraws to a silent corner. He is thinking, pensive. So I can help him also do some learning or something. The heir of the steward. Hello, Heishel, good seeing you. We captured someone. Probably not a witch, unfortunately. So, failure on that one. You're worth money, though. AR. So next witch, possibly. It can know. Oh, both of these witches are here. I missed them both. Ugandi. Where's Ugandi? Over here in Livonia. I can defeat them. Is there any better way to find witches? It's gotta be the best. Can't think of anything better. Y'all have decent money. I'm gonna grab from you. And then we'll probably call it good. Yeah, we're fine. We can get a lot more money still. I've been thinking about what else I can take over. So we could use our allies to attack this direction. I've been searching for physicians. You can get witches that direction. That's a good point. That is a very good point. I've seen witches there also. Thank you for thinking of that. Here's who we've found. Not a witch. Not a witch. Not a witch. Or at least not publicly witches. Court poet's always cool. It's too early for that, unfortunately. Vigdis here will join me for 7 money. So I'm going to have a different doctor who's not going to like that, but that's okay. Oops, wrong button. Let's find you. I'm fairly sure witches still will not join, but we'll check every single time. Nope. Matrilineal. Find us fighters then. Hello. Okay, good marriages, all fine. If you come fight, I'm changing over to the other ruler here. I say ruler, I mean commander. They're doing so. Okay. How long does the siege going to take? We've done 877, 5 February, so 11 days. They're going to get here in 13, same day actually. What time of day? Because I very much want to finish the siege so that the ruler gets the possibility of Viking or whatever. But we'll bring the better leader out. And I'm not sure if you're allowed to Viking dance. I know now you're not allowed to change commanders for Crusader bonuses. You have to, I think, have the your commander come all the way through and not leave the battlefield to get Crusader. But at least we stayed alive. Alright. Alright. You're worth 15 cash. I can fight you again. They're also at war currently, so they can be probably ignored. How much money does your capital have? 15. Okay, we're positive on cash. All the buildings are built. So I was saying we could maybe attack this direction. But first, Sweden wants Finland. Friends, is Sweden out of control? I guarantee at some point we're going to have a little bit of trouble with Sweden. I have to march north and take territory. This is garbage territory compared to the Swedes. So we'll see. We'll see. So Owen, I don't mind at all using a different commander for the siege. I just don't know when Viking pops. Does Viking require my leader to be in charge all the way through, or can I add him at the last second and he'll become Viking? I just don't know when the checks happen for Viking. Flame and scream surround me as my army plunders her valuable goods and prisoners. The acrid stench of burning flesh fills the air. I feel a beautiful cocktail of blood and dirt on my face. Delicious. However, we then find a small dowel cast aside. Caked in mud, soft hair feels so good. I'll give it to my son or to my daughter. We give it to the son as he's the inheriting heir. I feel awkward inheriting hair. We're halfway full now. Glad to see that the Finnish people attacking us are not going to our territory. Raiding dowels are best dowels. I'm glad that my Viking leader does not think about where the dowels come from. I'm also very glad that when you join a war, your raiders stay as raiders till they get home. Rise of the Normans! A group of Norse settlers hailing from Scandinavia settle on the coast of northern France, making a new home for themselves there. Their leader, the Duke Hrothgar, has decreed his people shall adopt several local customs and traditions to ensure they'll thrive in the land. Someday you'll have a William. For now, though, congratulations Normandy on existing. How about a Viking? How about a Viking? We captured a guest. A pretty good commander. Also a zealot. So we'll not change religions. That's fine. Just join me. Okay. Want to marry you off then? Gosh, you hate me? Yeah, that zealot's gonna be a bit of a problem. Luckily, you're very bad at stabbing people, so that's no problem at all on that. Or so I'm going to claim. You're not going to marry a witch, are you? Okay. So in this case, it's like random selection. Are herbalists more likely to be witches? I could imagine that. Hello, Sig. You absolute genius. See, this is the kind of person I should marry my son to, actually. Though deceitful. She's 17. My son's like 5. So it'll be a little bit behind the times. So it'll be 10 years, it'll be 27. We'll have more than a decade. Yeah, I'm going to use her for the son. Or someone similar. I think. Ram selection then. I choose you. Good. Where is that genius herbalist? Or is there some other genius child? Yep, 17 will work fine. He is 3, so we got 13 years. At which point she's 30. Well, we wish you the best of luck. Hopefully stay alive till eventually marriage happens. Alright. Let's see if she stays alive. Iron constitution, more fertility, more disease resistance. So Sweden is taking their capital very, very slowly. Finland is currently focused on taking taking it as not the capital. So because Finland's the war target, Sweden's gonna do fine. I will come help soon. Another doll. Let's give it to Eric. Are you already my friend, Eric, or no? This will make him my friend. The more dolls I bring him, the happier he is. The kid is motivated solely by presence. At that age, I think I was also. I've mentioned before that I have a very strange, frankly irrational concern. Namely, my parents still have my childhood toys, my toy box. And I keep thinking like, oh, I didn't play with them enough. You know, they didn't have a lot of money growing up. They bought me all these nice toys. I played with them some, but not nearly enough. And, I don't know. I don't know if I should even worry about that kind of thing, of course, but probably not. Okay, okay. Where are we going? We had a target previously. I don't recall where it was. So Salinas is where I wanted to go, I think. It's there. There. I wonder if all kids worry about, did they play their toys enough? Or is my unique issue? HBG, good night to you, my friend. Sleep well. I should be leaving it now anyway, shouldn't I? Let me try one more witch grabbing, and then I will go home. Where are you? Ugandi. Thought we had donate the toys? That's a very good idea. It's a very, very good idea indeed, actually. Next time I'm in the US, I'll suggest it. It's there. Alright. Already sieged. 2 hours in, no witches? You're absolutely correct. We're trying our level best. Alright, have you been sieged? You have not. I can take you. Just passing through. Don't mind me. We're gonna have a bunch of attrition. It's gonna be okay. More hunts, more hunts? What's our hunt cooldown on? It's available. More hunts, more hunts. In an army. Gotta leave the army first. So, no Viking. To Uganda. That's exactly what the name is. What day is it here? It's Monday here. Thinking about what days are coming up soon. Tomorrow will be Tuesday. On Tuesday, we should be able to stream again. Gonna be a good time, good time. I hate going to bed before many of you are done with your New Year's celebration. When I say go to bed, I mean go talk to my wife. It's noon here, or 2 p.m. actually. But hopefully your New Year's are fun. Hopefully everything's good. I call all the healers till I find a witch. Is there a cooldown on that? Maybe there's not. And we should call for healers over and over again. It's Tears Day? Not yet here. Not yet here. Alright, any y'all a witch? No witches! Hey, good job, Sweden. Took over Finland. It's a 1-year cooldown, so every year we can try for that. Welcome to the final entry in the Do We Capture a Witch? I think we're far enough away we'll finish the siege first. 22 May. 16 May. Okay. Another doll. Another doll. What I'm looking after I'll give to. That's $3 now. We captured a child. We did not capture the witch. Such a good try. Such a good try, but no luck. So they got the better roll than we did. Luckily, champions reign supreme. Capturing no one. Alright. Full of money. Actually, over full of money. Let's go home. And with that, friends, I'm going to say goodbye. Hope you had a fun time today. It's about 1:45 my time, so I got to do some stuff. Tomorrow's stream will be more of this playthrough right here. We'll see if we ever get a witch. Luckily, we don't need to make any more children. That said, the timer's about 4 years left until I really need to become a witch, before things get very, very complicated. So we'll see, we'll see. Between now and then, though, I hope you have a good time. We should find someone to raid host, to share the community with. Hopefully someone who's like chill, because last time I raided someone, they were absolutely full of more energy than I've had my entire life. Hello, Resorty. You are speaking in Korean. That will not work. People with webcams. Are we not filming the webcam thing today? Yeah, unfortunately, the only person with webcam in the entire directory, well, me, and then a Korean lady. Alright, who's playing a little game called Victoria 3? Anybody? A nice Korean person is playing that game. It's Korean time exclusively. I tend not to do this, but is there anyone currently streaming who you would like me to raid host? A smaller viewer, please. A smaller streamer, please. No one who's absolutely ginormous. If not, I'll raid Iamdar, I suppose. Anybody who's playing a game called RimWorld, maybe, or Factorio or anything. This is not a small streamer. Not a small streamer. No. Small with webcam. Bringing in the Rim year. Person called him a boomer. Let's see. We give the old resorty hello friend.
And I am... Hello, Izordi. I'm about to stop. I apologize. We're doing a...
He's about to stop.
Shelf here. And, what else am I doing? Oh,
Never mind. No raid tonight, folks.
I guess we can...
Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Take care of yourselves. See you tomorrow.
Here's what we want to do.